I would like to call the school board meeting for Tuesday, March 5th, 2024 for the Des Moines Public Schools to order. Ms. Rios, would you please take the roll?
Certainly. Ms. Alonso Diaz?
Here.
Ms. Caldwell-Johnson? Ms. Campos?
Here.
Mr. Dix?
Here.
Ms. Knox?
Here.
Ms. Martorano? Here. Ms. Norris?
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. The first item of business is approval of the agenda. I'd like to make a motion, request a motion to make several amendments to the agenda. I would like to, after this, have the public forum, followed by our district recognitions, and then our monitoring reports, and then to pull consent item 5, board self-evaluation, to other for individual consideration and discussion. Does anybody have any questions?
I make a motion to approve the agenda with the identified adjustments.
Great.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Martorano and a second by Mr. Dix. Board members, please cast your votes. The vote is 6-0 approved. Next on the agenda is the public forum, followed by the consent and regular agenda. We provide speakers at the forum an opportunity to address the board for up to 3 minutes regarding items that are not on the board agenda. We also allow any person the opportunity to speak to the board for up to 5 minutes following the presentation of an agenda item. If anyone wishes to speak during any portion of the business meeting, please email rosa.rios@dmschools.org. The same speaking protocols apply to all individuals who wish to address the board. Speakers will be called individually, and we ask that they state their name and address prior to providing comments. Students and minors do not have to provide their addresses. Guests of the board are encouraged to speak to matters relating to programs, services, and operations of DMPS. Please remember that Iowa law prohibits us from discussing specific employees or their job performance. We ask all speakers to avoid references to personalities or character attacks, as those types of comments do not contribute to the purpose for which this public forum exists. The use of inappropriate language will not be tolerated, and individuals choosing to do so will be gavelled out of order and asked to excuse themselves from the premises or escorted out by district security. As a reminder to the board and public, the board will not engage in a discussion with public forum speakers, as it is our obligation to discuss only matters posted in the public agenda for the sake of transparency and opportunity afforded to all community stakeholders. Matters requiring attention will receive appropriate staff and/or board follow-up at a time after the meeting. Thanks for your participation. We appreciate your feedback and input. Ms. Rios, do we have any speakers for the public forum?
Yes, we do. First up, I'd like to call Elizabeth Williams. You need to approach the podium.
Elizabeth was unable to make it today because she is working at another job and couldn't get her shift covered. She gave me permission to read her speech for her. Is that all right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So this is for Elizabeth Williams. She is the library associate at Wright Elementary. The DMPS vision statement is to become the model for urban education in the United States. The push for increased literacy in schools is admirable, but without necessary resources in place to support these goals, the plan will fail. School libraries are often considered unnecessary, especially when it comes to secondary education, since students no longer have allotted library time in their schedules. Because of this, it seems an easy solution to cut library staff and space to help meet the yearly budget. This short-sighted mistake is detrimental to the district's overall goals in many ways. Elizabeth is an elementary library associate and cannot accurately define all the duties of secondary library staff, but there are certain working aspects we all share. We locate research materials, guide technology usage, and maintain the library's collection, which includes purchasing and removing materials to keep the library relevant. Without library staff, even an open library becomes a dead thing, simply taking up space, which will soon be used for storage, as has happened to many schools in the past few years. Library staff make the library useful and provide the foundation for literacy goals to grow. DMPS also expects that students will demonstrate proficiency in technological and information literacy. Part of our jobs as library staff includes creating collections on our library's catalog website, which contain online resources that assist in teaching and researching curricular subjects. We check every video, article, and website to ensure that they are school appropriate and relevant to the curriculum. This unseen support will disappear if library staff is not there to maintain it. Without a staffed library, the district would remove support for both students and teachers. Research has shown that one of the top reasons teachers quit is due to lack of support staff. A teacher's workday is not finished when the students go home. Team meetings, grading papers, entering grades, contacting and meeting with guardians, planning lessons, and differentiating each lesson to accommodate multiple students' needs, the list goes on. This isn't new information, but it emphasizes the additional workload for teachers once schools cut their librarians. Hours of research to make sure that their students have access to websites that will help their projects and not give them fake news.
30 seconds remaining.
Social media has clouded many students' judgment on what is real and what is not, because many influencers do not care about the truth, but about the punchline and how many views they get. Elizabeth has had many students come to her through the years with exciting news about some new truth that was discovered, only for them to realize it was fake after she asked follow-up questions. This is a thought process that must be taught, and librarians are good at teaching it because it's the main part of our job. Taking away librarians in schools will cause ripples that will leave parents and educational staff wondering why the district's vision is failing and teachers are continuing to leave at an alarming rate. Creating a strong foundation of literacy support is the first step to ensuring that DMPS graduates possess the knowledge, skills, and abilities to be successful at the next stage of their lives.
Time.
Please support our school libraries and their dedicated staff.
Thank you. Next up is Sam Helmick. Emily Smith.
Okay, hello again. My name is Emily Smith. I am the library associate at McCombs Middle School. My address is 5015 Southwest 9th Street. Librarians are essential staff members, and I am tired of being treated like we aren't. Recently, an article for which I was interviewed was published in the Des Moines Register that discussed how next year's budget cuts will affect our school libraries. Money is an unending issue, but that does not excuse the attitude toward libraries that I have witnessed in district leaders and school administrators throughout my employment here. A school librarian is not just a cashier scanning materials and handing out fees. As the sole staff member in charge of an entire functioning library, I receive and process all curricular materials before distributing them to teachers, assess both curricular and general items for damages, make repairs or order replacements as needed, take inventory of all materials every year, hold students accountable for damaged or missing items, procure new materials to develop the library collection, which is an entire career in itself, and much, much more. Public libraries have directors, managers, assistants, technicians, pages, and various other support and administrative positions. But we don't. We run everything. According to the Washington Library Media Association, students in high-poverty schools are almost twice as likely to graduate when the school library is staffed with a certified school librarian. This is backed up by other studies done across the U.S. and even internationally in more than 15 countries. So again, to be clear, librarians are essential staff members, and thriving libraries are essential for student education. This is not an opinion. It is a fact proven in countless impact studies. The American Library Association lists several factors in determining whether a library program is effective. Des Moines schools don't just fail one of those factors, they fail every single one. The factors boil down to adequate library time and instruction for all grades, including and especially middle and high schools. A full-time library media specialist plus supporting staff where needed, a library program that is integrated into curriculum and allows teachers and librarians to collaborate, 15 to 20 books per student, and a budget between $12 and $15 per student. McCombs only has about 10 books per student and a district budget between $2 and $3 per student. Teachers rarely have time to bring their classes to the library because the current curriculum doesn't allow for it. Classroom libraries are not enough. Online resources are not enough. These materials must be managed by a trained librarian, and students must be taught media literacy for online resources to have a positive impact.
30 seconds remaining.
Handing the responsibilities off to other staff members is not only irresponsible, it is disrespectful to the amount of time and expertise that librarians put into maintaining materials, and disrespectful to the staff members that have to pick up the extra duties without being properly compensated. Libraries are not an accessory to make schools look nicer to prospective families. If the district truly wants to prepare its students for college and life after grade school, then it needs to classify libraries and librarians as what we are. We are irrefutably, irrevocably essential for a thriving education system. So stop allowing district staff and administrators to pretend like we aren't.
Thanks, Emily.
Thank you. Brian Coffey. RJ Miller.
RJ Miller, School District 1. Good afternoon, Board. We absolutely want all students to be proficient in their academics, but we must never forget to support students that are in need. If a firefighter is going to prioritize a house, it's going to be a house that is in flames. When it comes to our Black and brown students falling short in their academics, it should be taken as a state of emergency. It is known that students who fail academically are more likely to drop out, be unemployed, fall into crime. We need intervention and we need prevention. I'm concerned about the removal of Black males from the goal. I fully support Black and brown students being in the goal, as they are the most disproportionately affected by the opportunity gap. If a goal is not met, then it should not be replaced. The ISEP test is coming up. We are asking for math teachers to open up their classrooms so we can help support our at-risk students. As we believe DMPS students can pass the ISEP test with the proper support and the removal of barriers. I want to commend Hoover Principal Kelly and North Principal Manise for hosting an encouragement letter writing campaign to support students during their ISEP test, because that is a type of leadership that we need within this district. I also disagree that you guys are removing math out of the goals, because as I look at the data show me that there's a lot of students that are Black and brown that are not doing good when it comes to their math. And just looking at the state and the current politics that they have going on right now, the state is judging the criteria of the Des Moines Public Schools based off our ISEP test, and I think that needs to be a priority. I think we need to focus on that. And I'm seeing a lot of people within DMPS saying that the state's not giving you guys funding. I'm just going to tell you straight up, the wicked witch of the Capitol is not going to give you anything. So I would highly encourage you to work with the current community partners that you currently have, to find new partners, to look for other existing funding that you can get federally or from other institutions that are going to do that. And I think we need to pull together, because again, we're under attack when it comes to these different policies. So I will highly encourage individuals from the district to work with your community partners, to work with your teachers, to work with parents, so we can pull this thing together, because again, the state ain't giving you crap. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Duana Bradley.
Duana Bradley, 3012 East 32nd Court, Des Moines, Iowa. I come to you in my truth and love tonight. Good evening, Dr. Roberts and Board of Directors. I first come saying thank you for your countless hours in the work you do representing the visions and the values of the community. Being someone who has sat in your seat, I know what goes into decision-making and having to live with the decisions that you make. I'm a proponent of advocacy and encourage members of the community to always elevate their voice. Tonight, I am here to elevate my own. The Black Lives Matter phrase came out after the unfortunate events after George Floyd. Many took to the streets to ensure people knew Black lives mattered. Many responded to this phrase by coming back with the phrase, all lives matter. I remember being a little bothered by this phrase. Not that we as human beings don't want better for everyone, of course we do. But we also know that our country has a track record and forgetting and gotten really comfortable with forgetting the least of these, the homeless, the sick, and communities of color, to name a few. As a person who identifies as being a Christian, I'm reminded of the Bible verses which reference taking care of the least of these, taking care of the oppressed and the homeless. I was saddened to see that the least of these were forgotten in your board goals. Now, I know you will say we haven't forgotten about them. We will leave it up to the buildings to identify who is needing help because at the end of the day, all of our students matter and we want them all to succeed. I do feel the same way. I, of course, want all students to succeed. We say the same thing in the United States of America, that all men are created equal and there is liberty and justice for all. But we know that is not true. And unfortunately, this will not be true of your system because the least of these will be forgotten, and the least of these have already been forgotten. This is why it's imperative to have a goal which calls them out, a goal that tells others you will be accountable to make sure our Black, brown, and even our low SES students are being taken care of. The absence of calling out the least of these is telling the members in your district to focus on the ones who are achieving, and the ones who are behind, well, they'll just figure it out. My grandmother always said to me, if you can get up in the morning and look at yourself after making a decision and you know you did all you could do, you're fine. But if you look at yourself and something isn't right, then you need to do something about it. I ask you, board members, what will be your response in the morning? We can never utter the phrase all students until we take the resources to ensure the least of these have what they need to have the opportunity for success so they do not get left behind. I came to you with my truth and love, and I'm going to leave you with my truth and love. And I will leave you with the words and a little bit of my own with Ayanna Lang, who says, no one is saying your life doesn't matter. I'm not telling you that all students don't matter. What I am saying is all lives matters, or in this case, all students can't matter until Black and brown lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the speakers on my list. Last call for speakers. That's it.
The next item on our agenda is our district recognitions. We'll begin with the first one. Dr. Roberts, if you'd like to introduce it.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here. At each board meeting, we continue to bring forth district recognitions at school board meetings, really to highlight the successes and accomplishments of our students, teachers, staff, and leaders, both in and out of the classroom. This evening, I am pleased to share two recognitions that truly exemplifies the greatness that is occurring within Des Moines Public Schools. For many of us, and I say us because I'm included, breaking a 100 at the bowling alley on any given Saturday night is a good night for us. But you know, sometimes in the midst of all of this, with gutter balls and slips and falls and other sort of embarrassing occurrences, we feel good about ourselves. For our special guests here this evening, 100, they're just getting warmed up. Just getting warmed up at that number. Des Moines Public Schools is proud to be home of some of the top young bowlers, actually some of the top bowlers of any age. And the recent state championships in bowling in the state of Iowa really proves that fact. In fact, two Des Moines Public School high schools had top finishes, and we are honored to have some of those student athletes here with us this evening. First, I had an opportunity to meet with this outstanding student athlete, and she is from East High School. Riley Schillinger is Iowa's 2024 Class 3A Individual State Bowling Championship. When I met with her at East, her principal and I think she even shared or hinted at the fact that she's going to do the same thing next year, but let's just celebrate this year. Riley is a junior who entered the tournament as one of the top scorers in the state, defeating her opponent from Iowa City High in the final round to claim this prestigious title. And as if one state finalist is not enough, we also have from Lincoln High School, home of the Rails. They are the first runner-up, or the second place team in Iowa's 2024 Class 3A State Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening we are pleased to not only recognize these outstanding student athletes, but we would like to ask that their coaches, administrators, and well-wishers accompany them up to the podium to share a few words with us.
This may have been Riley's first trip to Waterloo for the state tournament. Her freshman year, she missed it by 1 pin. Last year, she missed it by 3 pins, and then this year qualified. Her mindset was just keep advancing and doing the best you can. And that happened. She was probably the most relaxed person in that building that day. And I think just to talk about the community of DMPS, Riley had several supporters up there, but the Lincoln team staff stayed up there until it was completed, and she was crowned the champion. And I just want to say, Riley, we're super proud of you. This didn't happen by accident. It's your commitment, your consistency, and your grit. East is proud of you, and I know Des Moines Public Schools is extremely proud of her.
Thank you for having us today. I just wanted to say, echo that I'm super proud of Riley. As JR said, she's been one of the best bowlers in the state, and really it's been a growth of a mindset and continuing to stay focused and dedicated to what she's doing and not letting other things distract her, and then taking each challenge head on as it comes. And I'm blessed to be her coach and blessed to be here at East, and so thank you so much, and we look forward to doing it again. So thank you.
Thank you for having us. I'm the varsity coach at Lincoln for the girls, and I've been there for, this is my 11th year. In 11 years, we've been to state, 9 out of the 11. We missed going last year by 4 pins. And the other year we didn't go was because of COVID. So we have a long-standing tradition, but this by far was one of the top teams I've ever coached. I mean, they were amazing. They set an all-time record and ended up losing in districts with our all-time record. What's nice is I graduated 4 seniors off this class. But the 2 here in the middle are freshmen, so we're not going to take a backseat to nobody next year. Bolorama Lanes is big in helping the Des Moines Public Schools. Even Riley, all these girls come out of Bolorama, and I couldn't be more proud of even Riley. I mean, I sat there and watched her championship game, and like you said, cool as cucumber, and love to coach. So anybody want to say anything? Come on. These girls are nowhere ever short of words. So
What's a bad day for you? Like, what does the score look like on a bad day?
160.
Or give us 160.
yeah. And see, the rules for bowling have changed so much over the years from, back when I started, in 11 years ago, it was 2 games, 5 Baker games, and you'd be done. Now it's 15 Baker games, where it's more of a girls. I mean, it's a game. I mean, every girl gets 2 balls in a game, and that's it. So they have to come together as a team. That's how we have to mold them together as a team. For us to have a bad game, going up against Atumwa, who was like a thorn in my side. We bowled really well in the state championship. It was just that we could never seem to get carry in the championship round. And, coming out of beating Davenport, who was it a Davenport? And we beat them 3-0 and then turn around and lose to Atumwa. And, but they have a great program down there but, you know, we have really good bowlers. We have really good students. All of our kids made academic this year, so, I can't be more proud of it. And Ronnie, you too. We love Ronnie to death too, so. And thank you for having us, and you guys sure don't want to say anything. They never shut up at practice.
Yeah.
So Riley's low game during the bracket play was a 208.
208.
That was her low.
That was the lowest out of the whole day.
Yeah.
Well done.
So what we would like to do is take 2 photographs, one with Riley and her coaches, and then one with our amazing Lincoln Rails and their coach. Congratulations.
All right. Hey, thank you.
Lincoln first, and then we'll do.
All right, got everybody. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you.
Congratulations. Way to represent. Go Rails.
Nervous?
Come on over, Riley. Where's the coach? There you go. How can I miss you in that shirt?
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thanks.
Congratulations, Riley. Amazing. Way to represent. We're so proud of you.
Gotta get your stylist stuff.
You got it. Riley, good to see you. Congrats. That's yours.
For our next district recognition, I am going to invite former members of the school board to come up here and join us, please, on the dais. Come up here.
It's been a long time.
You can kind of stand back here. I thought I saw Jackie Easley as well.
She's in the hall. Yeah, she's in the
Okay, thanks, Rob.
I forgot to send my stuff in. I actually just finished it. Can I just say it? You're just going to say it. Yeah, I wasn't. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, are you ready to speak? Okay. It's be short and sweet. So just lean over on the bubble.
Just halfway to. No, there's that.
Okay.
Man, we're all here. There's my seat buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait.
You can scooch on over too. You can scooch on over if you want. That's it. You should go last. Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, okay. And then I'll just turn the mic over so you guys can stand here. Okay.
Our recognition today is bittersweet. I'll begin by reading a brief letter. To Chair Norris and members of the Des Moines Public School Board, I am writing to inform you of my decision to resign from my position on the Des Moines Public School Board. As you may already know, my focus is taking care of current health challenges. I will relinquish all of my responsibilities and privileges as a board member effective March 5th, 2024. It has been my privilege to have been elected to serve on the Des Moines Public School Board over the past 18 years, and my greatest honor is to have served 3 terms as the board chair. Our district's commitment to student outcomes and policy-focused governance has created a win-win for our district and our current and future students. It is my hope and expectation that the continued support of our superintendent, Dr. Ian Roberts, this will remain the board's top priority. I am grateful for your understanding. Thank you again, and I wish you all continued success. Most sincerely, Terry Caldwell Johnson. It's hard to put into words Terry's legacy of service, so I have asked former board leaders to join us at the dais tonight and share their brief recognitions. Upon conclusion, we will celebrate Terry with a wonderful video made with love by DMPS staff. I'll begin by asking Mayor Bozen to make some remarks.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity. I was on for 3 years, and then Terry ran against me, I guess. But it was a day where you could pick 2, and so Terry and I she joined in 2006. And it's hard to believe that we served as long as we've served. All I can say is thank you. Thank you on behalf of the city of Des Moines. Thank you for what you've done, not only for the Des Moines School District, but also in your role at Oak Ridge and making our community a better community. While we might not always have agreed, we had one thing in common. It was the best for the kids and how we could prepare the kids for their next future. And so I can't thank Terry enough for what she's done again and the support she's always shown for me and my efforts and what I've done after I left the school board. And I'm going to turn it over to Rob.
Thanks. And also just say the years that you served on the board, just so you know.
Okay, thank you. It's an honor to be here tonight and speak on behalf of my friend Terry. I was on the school board from 2013 to 2021, and Terry was the only constant for those 8 years in my board service. She was vice chair the year that I was chair, and the thing that I would want to say as I've kind of thought about this is I'm incredibly grateful to Terry, just like with Connie, and I think just like with all of us up here, we disagreed about things from time to time, but she, with all due respect to my current colleagues up here, made me a better board member and made me better than anyone else I had the pleasure of serving with. And that was a gift to me as a public servant, but it's just as significant of a gift because of the service that we were able to do at the table on behalf of kids, on behalf of families, on behalf of our employees. So Terry, I miss serving with you. I do and I don't, but I wish you well. And am incredibly grateful as a product of this district and as a parent of children for all that you've given to our community.
Thanks, Rob.
Cindy Ellsburn. I served on the school board from 2011 till 2019. I actually wrote Terry a letter and I dropped it off for her today. So hopefully she's listening to me read it to her as well and maybe following it along. Dear Terry, I am writing this to you uncertain of the form it will take. A thank you note, a reference letter, a love letter, and suspecting it'll be some mashup of all of them. We served together on this board for 8 years, from fall 2011 to fall 2019. We experienced the good, bad, and ugly, and we both know we weren't always on the same side of the vote. And that's okay. Over time, it feels like we discovered we were more on the same page than I previously understood. That became incredibly apparent as we had the opportunity to serve in board leadership together for a couple of years amid my second term. I am so grateful for that time. You so deservedly were able to receive an award on behalf of the board at the 2019 Annual NSBA Conference for leadership in our equity work. You were an equity warrior long before equity, anti-racism, and the like became buzzwords and taglines. And you continue to be that warrior to this day, because you know that unless we put our money where our mouths are, we too have succumbed to words on paper and actionless virtue signaling. You helped me to see that for all students to matter, those we've understood need to matter regardless of their end value, and that holding them to high standards and giving them support and reaching them at a Tier 1 level is an ultimate act in truly wrapping our arms around them in an inclusive way. You might say, this is where the rubber meets the road. To that end, you were instrumental in our development of the first set of goals adopted in 2019, with 2 of 3 focusing on Black male achievement. You consistently shed light on and help create expectations around treatment of students such that disproportionality be addressed. Again, not because standards should be lowered, but because all students deserve the love of being fairly held to consistent and reasonable expectations within our schoolhouses. More recently, you exhibited stellar leadership while chairing this board during the interim superintendency of Matt Smith, creating an environment where he not only was able to hold the ship steady during the board's superintendent search, but was able to productively lead the district through a host of challenges, along with a budgeting process that legitimately has been held as exemplar work amid Council of Great Cities Schools peers. And then there's the superintendent search itself, which resulted in the decision to hire Dr. Ian Roberts. As a former board member, a school board coach, and as a member of the Des Moines community, I am so grateful for your leadership in this regard. In hiring Dr. Roberts as someone poised to move the needle significantly, given the proper runway to do so, you spent time and talent, patience and persistence in reminding your colleagues about what that runway looks like, that you can't be in the control tower and the cockpit at the same time, and that the length of the runway is dependent on the size of the plane. And that once the pilot has a good feel for the size of the plane and who's on board, that their runway needs to be long enough to accelerate to the necessary speed, achieve liftoff, and clear any obstacles. You wouldn't give a 747 a 2,000-foot runway because the pilot wouldn't have a chance at being successful. The larger the aircraft, the longer the runway required. The more people and cargo on board, the longer the runway required, period. Finally, I'd be remiss not to bring up a more personal note. I called you on February 14th to let you know that I had been diagnosed with breast cancer and would be starting chemo in a week. I wanted you to hear it from me because that felt important for me to do. Without hesitation, you poured into me. You shared your energy with me. You helped to prepare me, to lift me. You told me to never stop advocating if I thought something was off, if I questioned anything. Never stop advocating. Never stop. Your strength and bravery are inspiring, and I am so grateful to have you on my team. You continue to be an amazing woman, squeezing everything out of life. I see you still squeezing. You're such a boss. Never stop advocating. Never stop. Terry, I recognize that this moment isn't about ceremony for you, and I hope and pray that the others that are hearing this message understand that as well. Your service here has been long, sometimes fraught, and a lot of times fruitful. It has meant something, and it will continue to have meaning. Your voice, your sense of reason, and your fight can still be heard and felt here. I will pray for open ears and hearts to listen and feel. Never stop advocating. Never stop. My heart is full that our paths crossed on this earth. I am proud to have served with you and honored to be able to call you my friend. In continued advocacy and friendship, your friend and fellow equity warrior, Cindy Ellsburn.
Dewana Bradley, I served on the board with Terry from 2019 till 2023. I'm going to try to just keep this very brief. I was the new person coming onto the board. I had some experience with Terry working at Homes of Oak Ridge and kind of admiring her from afar. It was a blessing for me to be able to sit at this table with her. The amount of style and grace that she shows, her strength, and I think you all can agree with me that when Terry spoke, we listened. Like, we knew exactly what she meant. She did not mince her words, and she was very to the point. And what I loved about her most was the fact that she did serve with me as vice chair when I was chair of the board, and for a woman of her stature who has served in various capacities to be able to support me in that work, but also help me out quite a bit. There were times I'd say, Terry, I don't really know how to say this. And she would give me some words to say. And she said, now you take it if you want to. If you don't, that's okay too. But I really appreciated that about her. And she doesn't know this, but almost after most board meetings, when she would say something that was very profound, I would go home to my family and be like, you've got to watch the video at this minute and this second and this time because Terry said this. And my son would always say when she spoke, the mic would drop. The one thing that Terry said to me during my time was that you knew the assignment and you accomplished the assignment. And I want to say to Terry, you knew your assignment, you accomplished it, and you did it well.
Good evening, Jackie McGee. I stand before you probably as the most senior member of this group from the standpoint of serving on the school district school board from 1990 to 2000. Also very interesting years. Tonight, though, I want to reflect on Terry Caldwell Johnson. I understand the assignment, and I think the advocacy is absolutely on point. But keep in mind that Terry always advocated not only on behalf of 33,000 students, is that still correct? 33,000?
A little lower, close.
Okay. 33,000 students, but she had in her heart the interests of two, Bailey Johnson and Baxter Johnson. And I'm going to add one more, being a proud Lincoln parent as well, Ty McGee. I want to thank Terry tonight for the special attention, even in the midst of all the challenges of being a school board member, of chairing the board during some very tumultuous times, but remembering that she and I were both parents of students who also needed support. Terry was at Brody Middle School the night my son participated in the Brody Talent Show. Terry was at my son's wrestling tournaments. Of course, she was a Lincoln parent too, but she was at his wrestling tournaments, of course, along with supporting her own children. Terry was at almost every event that any of our youngsters that she knew participated in, and all the while making difficult decisions on behalf of all. So Terry, the best way that can summarize your role as education leader, an advocate, but also a parent to all of our youngsters would be this. 100 years from now, it will not matter what your bank account was, or the sort of house that you lived in, or the kind of car that you drove. But the world may be different because it was you were important in the life of a child.
Before we turn it over to Akeo, I'm actually going to turn to our board colleagues if they'd like to say something.
Terry, as I reflect on our time together, my heart is heavy as we bid farewell to a remarkable individual who has dedicated years of her life to the betterment of education in our community. Today, I honor you, Terry, a devoted advocate, a visionary leader, and a true champion for the students of Des Moines. I vividly recall the first interactions when I had the privilege of serving on the team responsible for creating board reports. Your insightful inquiries about the data were not merely routine. They were a testament to your unwavering commitment to understanding the intricacies of our educational landscape. Now, I didn't appreciate it in the moment as the person that had to adjust the reports and add additional data and find answers. But she remained steadfast in her pursuit of knowledge, challenging us as a team to delve in, to dive deeper, to strive for excellence, and to ensure that our decisions were always guided by data-driven insights. Terry, your dedication in and out of the boardroom, advocating for equity and inclusivity have been incredibly influential. You tirelessly championed the cause of marginalized communities, particularly advocating for empowerment of Black males in our district. Your unwavering commitment to addressing the unique challenges faced by this demographic group has been nothing short of inspirational. Through your leadership, you have sparked meaningful conversations, implemented targeted initiatives, and paved the way for a more inclusive and equitable educational experience for all students. One of the most remarkable experiences I had with you was leading together through the superintendent search process. Your wisdom, insight, and dedication were evident as we navigated this critical phase of our district. Your guidance ensured that our search was thorough, inclusive, and focused on finding a leader who shares our vision for excellence and equity in education. Throughout your years of service, you have exhibited exceptional leadership, wisdom, and compassion. Even in the face of your own battle with cancer, you've remained a beacon of hope and resilience, showing us all the true meaning of courage and determination. Your commitment to serving the community and advocating for positive change has left a mark on the landscape of education in Des Moines. Beyond your professional contributions, Terry, I want to acknowledge the profound impact you've had on me on a personal level. You've been a friend, a mentor, and a confidant to many, including myself. Your kindness, empathy, and unwavering support have made a difference in countless lives. You've shown us what true strength and resilience look like, even in the face of adversity. As you embark on this next chapter of your journey, I want to express my deepest gratitude for you and your invaluable contributions and dedication to the betterment of our schools. While your presence will sorely be missed, your legacy will continue to inspire and guide me in the pursuit of educational excellence and social justice. Terry, your impact will be felt for generations to come. Your passion, dedication, and unwavering commitment to the students of Des Moines have left a mark on our hearts and our minds. I thank you for your service. I honor your legacy, and I wish you peace and love.
Thanks, Kim. Some of the former school board presidents couldn't be here. This is from Kirsten Delagardelle. Anyone who has met Terry could easily see her dedication, not only to public service, but also our community. While serving with Terry, I had the opportunity to watch her demonstrate her values over and over again for our community. Service is rarely convenient and is often tedious, but Terry showed up ready to do the work, no matter what was asked or the circumstances. I am grateful for her example and mentorship during my tenure on the school board.
I'll go ahead and you can have a couple more minutes. So I think back to the first time I met Terry. It was a new reporter in town, and I was sent over to the county to do an interview. And I learned really fast, when you interview Terry Caldwell Johnson, you better be prepared and you better be ready for some really direct answers. And I had the pleasure of watching and understanding what leadership looked like throughout Terry's roles over the next 15 or 20 years of interacting with her through the media. But it was just a few years ago when we had our kids in Des Moines schools for the first time, and we were navigating some challenges that, we talk about. It wasn't just Terry's kids that she cared so much about. When I called her and asked for her advice and her guidance, or called to express my opinions about some things, she was always there with an ear for you, to listen patiently, and then to speak directly to you. And I'll never forget the conversation, because it was the first time anybody ever said to me, "You ought to run for school board." And the reason that I'm here is because of that conversation. It was the first time I ever took that idea seriously. Terry, thank you for your leadership for this community, for your fierce advocacy for our students, and for everything that you've done for the city of Des Moines and for my family.
There's a quote, it's by Dolly Parton, but it says, "If your actions create a legacy that inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are an excellent leader." Terry, your legacy in Des Moines Public Schools is that of an excellent leader. Year after year, you have shown up to this board table modeling phenomenal poise, grace, and excellence. You always brought a measured, calm perspective to the never-ending crises that arise while running the largest school district in Iowa. You never came to this table tired or complained or appeared to prioritize something else that was likely occurring with one of the many other hats you are constantly wearing. You always listened. However, you were always unafraid to voice an unpopular opinion or challenge us all to think differently. I can't thank you enough for modeling endless courage and commitment and for pushing all of us to find more of these traits within ourselves. Terry, I will be forever indebted to you for believing that I should be at this table. It is an incredible honor to have served with you and to be able to call you a friend.
Well, I'm going to cry. Miss Terry, when I think of you, these words come to mind: strength, wisdom, advocacy, excellence, presence, leadership, and power. You're a powerful woman who has impacted my life in a way that I never imagined. I'd like to thank you for pushing me and for raising the standards for me as I began to sit at this table, and for reminding me that it was important to use my voice to allow myself to speak and represent. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for your style. Muchas gracias.
Okay, so I'm one that goes last. When it's almost going to be 2 years when I started my advocacy, and I would watch the school board meetings, and I admire Terry, her directness, like you guys all say. She is kind to listen, and she is not afraid of giving her opinion. And if you take it, you take it. If you don't, you don't. So that is one thing I admire from her. It's bittersweet because I want to learn a lot from her. And in the short amount of time of me being on the board, I have. So, Miss Terry, I appreciate you. You're a big inspiration for a lot of young women in the Des Moines area. In Oak Ridge, I've heard a lot of stories from members of that community that now are doctors. And you made an impact in their lives. So for that, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Terry, I've admired you from afar for many years. I'm honored to be considered your neighbor and have communicated with you throughout the years. It's definitely an honor to have worked for you, and I appreciate everything that you've done for me professionally and inviting me and supporting me in everything that you could. Thank you.
Terry Caldwell Johnson. Brilliant, wise, poised, revered, regal, royal, and I can go on and on. While this was a team or board process to get me to come to the state of Iowa to serve and lead its largest district, I've shared with friends and family near and far. You are the single reason I said yes. Our conversations publicly and privately continue to inspire me. I remember a little less than 2 weeks into my role, you and I sat to have breakfast. And it was then that you shared with me the hopes and dreams that you and this board had for Des Moines Public Schools. And in that very same conversation, you shared with me in confidence this incredible health challenge that you were facing. And my heart sank because the manner with which you shared it, anyone watching the conversation would not have known what you just shared. Your head was held high, your shoulders squared, still with that regal stature. Then you asked me what I was getting ready to do after our hour or so of meeting, and I told you I was planning to head to visit a couple of schools, and I asked you what you were getting ready to do. And with a big smile, you said to me, you were about to go get your hair done because a girl has to look good. That's Terry Caldwell Johnson. On Saturday, March 2nd, you invited me to spend some time with you. And while I expect that time is so finite, and I'll probably spend about 15 or 20 minutes connecting, your family allowed you and I to have 2 hours of uninterrupted time. During 2 hours or more of conversation, you continuously asked how you could be helpful to me. You shared so many nuggets of wisdom during that time that no amount of schooling or life experiences would ever be able to replace those. And I will continue to keep those near and dear as I lead and serve this amazing school system and outstanding community, the city of Des Moines. Just before I left, and I will always keep our conversations from that Saturday, March 2nd, 2024, most of it in confidence, but one thing you said to me with the brightest smile in your face is thank you for saying yes to the dress. My interpretation of what you shared with me in that single comment was, Ian Roberts, you are now married to Des Moines Public Schools. Thank you, Mrs. Terry Caldwell Johnson.
I should point out that there are other well-wishers as well. We've heard from Nolden Gentry and Dick Murphy. I'm going to wrap us up by sharing a reflection that I have on Terry, which is that she's always been teaching me, whether I knew it or not. Terry and I have worked together in the community, actually prior to us working on the school board together, and she's always subtly coaching me. It's pretty subtle. Sometimes she'll opine, she'll ask a question, she'll agree, but then ask me a follow-up question. And then some of you who've watched our exchanges, sometimes she's not subtle. And I love that. It's kind of like taking a frying pan and actually hitting it over my head. Not subtle, but that's what I love about her, because she is a teacher. She is a tried and true teacher. And I think we are all better as a result of what she's poured and invested into all of us as leaders of the school district. I'm going to turn it over to Akeo, and he's going to wrap us up, and then we're going to show a really beautiful video that was put together by the DMPS staff.
I think they were telling him to be short again. First of all, I want to give honor to Terry, because Terry is, I always call her the mayor of Oak Ridge, and she took her education, expertise in Oak Ridge. She took it wherever she went, to the Directors Council, and she took it to the leadership of this board. Terry, you've always been the shoulders a lot of us have stood on, and you have been an inspiration to a lot of us when we got down and thought there was nowhere to go. And you always inspired us. And because of that, we of the state wanted to give you a certificate of recognition that proudly presents Terry Caldwell Johnson, having been brought to the attention of the Iowa House of Representatives that Terry Caldwell Johnson deserves recognition for her long-lasting positive impact on the students of Des Moines Community School District, the community of Des Moines, and the state of Iowa. Now, therefore, in consideration of the foregoing, we, the undersigned, do hereby send our gratitude, witness our hand this 5th day of March 2024, the Polk County members of the Iowa House of Representatives. Love you, Terry, and always will. God bless.
And some comments from Dick Murphy. He says, the name Terry Caldwell Johnson has become synonymous with service leadership. Terry has served youth in our community for decades, and her impact will be felt for decades into the future. Thank you for your service, Terry.
And now we'll watch the video put together by the DMPS staff.
Been to a community event or fundraiser, chances are you've seen this woman, Terry Caldwell Johnson.
My journey to the Des Moines Public School Board probably started when I was a child, because I'm the child of educators.
I ran understanding that kids that are in need and live in impoverished neighborhoods need a voice. And so I decided that I wanted to be the voice for our little brown and black children, and so I ran.
Very proud of not only my service on the school board, but my ability in some way, shape, or form to influence policy, influence decisions, and influence actions that I think ultimately are in the best interest of all of our students, especially our students of color. You have to be willing to do the work in order for you to be the best you can be in the position that you hold. And I take that very seriously.
She'll never tell you that her resume is 4 pages long of public service, teaching, and dedicating.
She does so much with her time, so much with her energy for everybody and for others always. If you're talking about remarkable, you're talking about Terry.
She's morphed into an influential, positive force in Des Moines. Her hand in creating opportunities, her heart in the community, and her roots from strong leaders.
Respecting and understanding the importance of civility and how we treat one another, I think is just sort of ingrained in my DNA.
Anything that I can do to show up and to really lift up the people of our community is where I want to be.
To the parents, grandparents, family members, and friends assembled here today, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for entrusting your students to the Des Moines Public Schools. To sum it up, parents, you have given your students roots, and together with Des Moines Public Schools, we have given them wings. If you come to Des Moines Public Schools, there is no question that you will become the best you right here.
see you. Everybody clap your hands.
We know that Terry is watching, and so please, let's all stand and give Terry the recognition she duly deserves. Thank you so much for joining us for this part of the district recognition. We will be taking a 5-minute break, and then we will reconvene and begin the monitoring process of our two board goals. Board members, we are going to reconvene in 1 minute. The next item on our agenda is our monitoring report, Goal 1. I will turn it over to Ms. Alonso to facilitate the board discussion of the monitoring report.
Am I on? Okay. We're now going to have our monitoring conversation regarding Goal 1, the percent of all fourth grade students proficient on the ISASP ELA or ELA assessment will increase from 52.7% in June 2022 to 67% in June 2026. The interim goal 1A is the percent of second to third grade students meeting benchmark on the FastBridge CBM reading will increase from 54.3% in June 2022 to 70% in June 2026. This report is not on track.
Board members, we will begin by focusing on trying to understand the current state and understand what got us to where we are at with this interim goal. I invite you to ask Dr. Roberts past focus questions to better understand the current state. And I can kick us off by asking Dr. Roberts, on page 1, you indicate that we've had a 1.7 increase from fall 2023 until winter 2024. What do you attribute this kind of what do you attribute this data to? Why do you feel we are not moving?
Thank you, Ms. Maturana. I'm sure that there are a number of reasons as to why we can certainly say that we have seen some growth. The one that stands out to me, and certainly it's couched in the bucket of what is going well, and that is the use of just research-proven interventions or reading intervention, and that is in the form of Wilson reading. Wilson reading is a multisensory instructional or reading framework that is utilized in assessment that is utilized in Wilson reading. As someone who's used and implemented Wilson reading, it's good to see that this district has a really strong investment in this assessment. Wilson reading is used in young people from elementary school all the way through adulthood. And it is intended actually to ensure that individuals who have been struggling readers have an opportunity to almost have a scripted approach from someone who has expertise in the area to support them. And so in most of our schools, most of our elementary schools, we've seen this commitment to not only engage in our students with Wilson reading, but also looking at the 5 competencies utilized in the science of reading. So I believe those are 2 areas that we can certainly attribute to the success. And then third and finally, just lots of kudos to our teachers and the support that they've received from their building leaders and as well as our coaches, right? So it has been an all hands on deck approach to make sure that we're moving the needle on this data amongst our elementary school leaders and their teams.
So I'm hearing a sense of celebration around the Wilson reading system. Is that correct?
So it's mixed, and I say while there is a celebration, because, for example, we've seen about 24.5% of our students with disabilities who have received the Wilson reading, which is this specifically designed instruction, they've demonstrated growth. But when we get further down in the report, we're likely going to see as an area where we can improve. We do not yet have 100% of our schools and our teachers either utilizing or trained on the Wilson reading assessment. And so, yes, Wilson reading is certainly a critical part of it.
If you could just expand, what are the barriers? You mentioned training as a barrier, teacher training. Are there any other resource barriers to increasing the adoption of Wilson reading system utilization?
Yeah, so I think it's time. One of the things that we've heard from our school district leaders as well as some of our school leaders is, again, we have to be thoughtful about looking at our calendar, looking at the time, because our teachers are being stretched and pushed, and we have to commend them for their willingness to engage in PLCs, even at the risk of not having their own planning time or time for other instructional preparation. But the commitment of the team is to make sure that we are erecting a structure to make sure that all of our teachers are receiving the relevant Wilson training next year, as well as our school leaders.
Dr. Roberts, I don't know if I'm mistaken about this, but staying on the subject of teacher training time, because that's identified here, looking back, it's my understanding that one of the shifts that we made away from early outs, for instance, was to provide a more consistent and longer block of learning time and collaboration time for teachers. And but I still hear consistently on these reports that the learning time and that is not going well. Is it the structure of it, or is it that there's just never enough time?
I would say it's probably twofold in my estimation, right? While there are other considerations for us. One is we have to be more thoughtful, those of us at the district office, in terms of how we are planning our day with teachers. So I believe that planning with our school leaders and teachers and giving them that additional time that they need. There's a finite amount of time, right, in any day. And so I think it's going to be incumbent upon us to decide where do we want to actually put or prioritize our focus. So time is of the essence. And then I think there has to be some considerations for us to think about how we are providing targeted and differentiated professional development during the non-school or non-instructional periods, such as summer. And so that's something we are going to certainly put a lot of thought into, but I know that our teachers are not apt to make excuses, but they're exhausted, but they're still showing up. They're still committed to trying to get this done. And so to your question, yes, time is really one of the critical factors, and we have to find ways to extend these opportunities for them.
And if I just can follow up on that, my question was around the time the teachers have. So on page 2 of goal 1 under what's not going well, you refer to the planning time for elementary teachers. How is it being prioritized, or how is that being addressed?
Yeah, similar to what was shared. Because of two things, the implementation of the curriculum that has been in place for, I think, about maybe 2 to 3 years in terms of how we've been implementing it. We talked a lot about the fact that there is that implementation dip. In order for teachers to really be able to deliver instruction in an exemplary way, they need to have adequate preparation and professional development around the curriculum and its implementation. As a result, as shared here, we are really being thoughtful about how to ensure that we are providing teachers with job-embedded professional development so that they can get a professional development during their PLC time. But it's still not enough, and we're not going to use that as an excuse. We're actually going to try to figure out ways to be more innovative and creative to provide this training and support to our teachers. They're still showing up. The district leadership team from our teaching and learning staff are also finding ways to provide this job-embedded PD. But we still need more time in order for us to really provide teachers with adequate development. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Roberts, so going on kind of still the same timeline of the planning time, the next one down on that page is reading support, which kind of goes hand in hand, I think, with the planning time, because that would give the teachers some leadway in time. But what does that reading support look like? What is it? What does it consist of? Like, what are we looking for?
So the reading support is happening probably in three different ways. One, doing actual instructional periods, right? And so we're seeing that happening, whether it's in the all block or in the skills block. Two, reading support also occurs, I think, when we're looking at interventions under our multi-tiered support system. And then three, I think the reading support occurs when there are opportunities maybe to pull students out or to push in. What I can't speak to is how many of our classrooms we're actually seeing the push-in model. And Ms. Campos, I'm glad that you highlighted the reading support, because one of the conversations we've had with the team is we have some opportunities to improve providing that targeted reading support by hiring more reading specialists. While we have a number of teachers in our midst who are qualified to provide a kind of intense reading support, what the district has not focused on in recent years is actually to hire individuals who are certified reading specialists. And that's a conversation we're having as we think about resource reallocation. That's something we absolutely need to have at top of mind.
Just point of clarification, the Wilson reading system, is that new to Des Moines Public Schools? This is kind of the first time I'm hearing about it in relation.
Yes, this
So
is
it's new
a first
this
year of implementation, yeah.
Okay. So great to see that 24.5% of students with disabilities receiving Wilson, this is under what's going well on page 1, for specially designed instruction made typical or aggressive growth. Are there any other correlating factors there, like common schools or any other, do you attribute all of that growth to the Wilson reading system?
No, one of the critical factors is certainly the work that teachers are doing in terms of pedagogical delivery, and that is happening in what is called either the all block or the skills block, right? Where many of our teachers are utilizing, again, this is a little more technical from an education standpoint, a gradual release model where there is an equal amount of time that teachers are dividing doing instruction to the three components of a lesson. The I do, where teachers are providing a lot of direct instruction. And in the all block, they're spending really quality time delivering in the I do and the direct instruction. Then there's a we do, where teachers are providing guided instruction to students, where they're attempting, again, circulate the room, meet the needs of all of our students regardless of their academic deficits. And then there is that third part, which is where teachers really get an opportunity to have students engage in independent practice. And that is what is called the you do, that independent practice. And so in addition to looking at Wilson reading as a really credible assessment and how we are implementing that, a big part of the gains that we're seeing has to be attributed to the work that teachers are doing in terms of instruction delivery.
Because I know you're a data person, when you look at other data that is not shared in this report, what are other pieces that you see or that have raised your eyebrow that might be contributing to these numbers not moving, or to the difficulty of trying to move the numbers in a significant way?
Yeah, one that comes to mind, and the team and I have talked about this, and that is students' attendance, either students who were tardy are students who have the record of being chronically absent. Again, during those formative years, when students miss critical instructional time, it's not impossible, but it's difficult to get caught up. So attendance is something that we absolutely have to pay a lot of attention to. I had an extended conversation with a principal today who, again, like many others, is losing sleep over trying to figure out how can we get students to come to school. And one of the things that we have to keep in mind is our elementary students are not responsible for getting themselves up and getting to school. And so we are being thoughtful about how can we engage with their guardians, their parents or grandparents or whomever their guardian is, but we have to get students with butts and seats so that they can benefit from Wilson reading assessment and sound pedagogical practices from teachers.
Dr. Hi, Dr. Roberts.
Hi.
Hello. I apologize for not sending this question ahead of time, but it piggybacks on the question that Jenna asked with regards to the Wilson reading system. So this board goal was set prior to your coming here, and I know that we aligned resources towards supporting that goal. Can you just clarify the different things that a teacher, a second or third grade teacher needs to be skilled on to feel like they will be proficient, that they'll be feeling prepared to teach? So I wrote down Wilson, Gleam, Science of Reading, EL curriculum. Are those the 4 foundational elements of a, I don't want to say effective teacher, of a prepared or trained elementary school teacher?
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question. I would certainly reframe the question in terms of how I'm going to answer that, and that is, what you just mentioned are all resources, right? Okay. And so curriculum, whether it's EL or Wilson Reading, which is an assessment, and then Gleam is a framework. And so technically, I know that our teachers, once they receive the appropriate amount of exposure, will become really sound, solid, or even one can even describe it as proficient in all of those, right? Becoming conversant with the curriculum. Wanted to make sure that they are, based on the training, those who've received the training, they're able to, with fidelity, administer the Wilson assessment. And then Gleam is the framework, of course, that we have adopted this year that really pushes every single teacher and school leader to focus on providing students with an instructional delivery model that takes into consideration their lived experiences. Gleam, of course, the acronym spells out the grade level engagement, affirming and meaningful. The focus during this earlier part of the year actually has been on the GLE. Wanted to make sure that we are delivering instruction to students that is on grade level. And then the third letter in the acronym, we want to make sure that that instruction is highly engaging, truly meeting the needs of students. And so that's an excellent question, Ms. Norris. How do we determine whether or not a teacher is proficient? One, in addition to becoming conversant with the curriculum materials and that the Gleam framework, the greatest way to assess is how are they moving the needle on student growth, and not necessarily proficiency. While aspirationally we want our students, 100% of our students to be proficient, we are looking at how teachers are moving the needle on growing students. How are they growing? Case in point, one of the approaches that our teachers, school leaders, and the district team is taking is they are unpacking in a really nuanced way all of the students that are not necessarily demonstrating growth, and they're looking at what are some of the intervention models, whether it's switching teachers or providing much more targeted and tiered intervention to students, but they're looking at, I think it's a bi-weekly review. Every 2 weeks, I believe the team is continuously looking at how students are progressing and making the adjustments necessary to provide them with exactly what they need in order for them to demonstrate growth.
So just as a follow-up, on page 2, it talks about more practice and monitoring. If I'm understanding you correctly, if there's any mandate, the mandate is utilization of the EL curriculum. There's flexibility in implementation. That's a question, I guess. And the way to think about Wilson is it's a resource. Science of Reading is a resource. Gleam is a framework. But the EL curriculum is non-negotiable?
Yeah, so I'm smiling because you use the word flexibility in the same sentence as the EL curriculum. And I know it's a struggle we're having currently in the district, and the team is not inflexible. As a matter of fact, the district team, we are going to be quite nimble in how we're supporting teachers. And so the curriculum is very scripted. It's a credible and research-proven curriculum, but some of the feedback that we have gotten is teachers need a little bit more leeway and flexibility in order to implement this curriculum in a manner that allows them to be impactful. And so it's something that we're thinking about right now. Not quite as flexible, but we're open to that.
And just if you could put it on a timeline, as you think about whether it's the principals or the district leaders that are going in and observing, when and how does that play itself out?
To add a little bit more sort of flexibility, if you may, it's going to take a collaborative effort between our district teaching and learning team, school leaders, and certainly have teacher voices there. So I would say, again, this is something in a more targeted way. We are going to embark upon this work in the summer. But there are still opportunities probably for us to think about what this looks like for the remainder of this school year. But in terms of actually sitting down and looking at maybe curriculum mapping to see what flexibilities can be built in, I would venture to say the team will probably have this as a priority in the summer.
Great, thank you.
On page 1, 1A, under the second and third grade students meeting benchmark, who's struggling the most?
So the data, what the data tells us is that while I think last year we celebrated the fact that we saw tremendous growth, we are seeing a decrease right now, and in both second and third grade students, we're seeing that decrease. Is that helpful?
I was looking for who in that population is struggling the most.
Meaning demographically?
So, one, as I think about marginalized students, I will not see, and the data here speaks to that. We can certainly rule out black males because, again, fall 23 to winter 24, we maintain 91% of black males, students who are meeting benchmark, right? So certainly that's a place of celebration for us.
Okay.
Yes. I would want to go back and look at the data and maybe collaborate with the team around which group of students, which targeted group, we're trying to avoid using the word subgroup, is struggling the most. So I can certainly get that information.
Okay. And under what's going well from the fall to winter data, we have seen this large gain with our students with IEPs. Why is it working in this area?
I can certainly make some assumptions about what is going well, and that is one, making sure that there is fidelity to what is built into students' IEPs, right? That's one thing, making sure that we're looking at and following their goal. But more importantly, in terms of the inclusion model that we have in our classrooms, most of our schools have an inclusion model. We, as a district, we do not necessarily spend a lot of time having students in self-contained settings. And so by being included in the classroom, in a regular classroom setting, students with IEPs or 504 plans are also benefiting from the same instructional delivery model. Albeit, I'm sure that it's been differentiated by teachers to make sure that they're meeting their needs.
Ms. Martirano, are we blending the two reports together? Or are we going to separate, you're going to monitor one then the other?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yep, we're just on goal 1 right now. Yep.
Okay.
If I may, as a point of information, what we are going to find is that there's probably about a 90+% similarities between the two. So something for us to think about. Yeah.
Under what is not going well, the implementation of the all block, you mentioned that it's not consistently implemented across schools. What do we need to know about this?
Yeah, thank you. Excellent question. And so again, and I alluded to this earlier, in the all block versus a skill block, we're not seeing it implemented consistently across schools, and it's based on teacher quality and teacher pedagogical delivery. So we're not necessarily seeing, while there are many of our schools where we are seeing exemplary practices around how the gradual release models have been implemented, there are opportunities for us to build capacity in some of our teachers in terms of just pedagogical delivery.
So it's not been, I just want to be sure I understand it correctly, it's not been implemented consistently across schools because of the teacher quality?
I would say the variance in teacher effectiveness. That's how I would frame it. Which brings us back again to the question of creating opportunities to provide teachers with the kind of professional development that they need, that is needed.
Just to clarify, which would be the role of administration or building leadership?
It's a collaborative effort between building leadership and definitely the district office or teaching and learning team.
Thank you.
Board members, do we have an understanding of the current state and past state and how we have gotten to where we are today? I'm seeing head nods, so we can move into the future-focused questions, the how. I welcome your future-focused questions now.
Dr. Roberts, how will you continue to enhance the results or the increase that we see with students with IEPs? What can we expect to see, I guess? How will that change?
So I think there has to be a focus on sort of tiered intervention systems, which includes planning for additional training for teachers and leaders with the appropriate intervention materials, and really for us to increase systems of support around tiered intervention so that we can see the tiered intervention being consistent across all of our schools. Additionally, I referenced earlier in response, I think, to Ms. Maturano's last question around looking at our all-block implementation. And so we have to provide what we're characterizing as an all-block institute for all of our elementary leaders. And this will happen actually next month with an all-block offerings for all of our teachers, which will happen in June. So again, we recognize that as a district leadership team, we may have missed some opportunities to really provide our teachers and leaders with the appropriate amount of professional development. And so in April, and in June.
Dr. Roberts, we talk a lot about teachers and assessing teacher competency or fluency is the better word. How will the teaching and learning team at the district be held accountable to achieving these goals?
Yeah, certainly. So the teaching and learning team at the district level, they are primary drivers around capacity building opportunities, professional development, and the teaching and learning team will continue to work collaboratively with our data and assessment team as we are looking at and unpacking the data with a level of frequency. Our teaching and learning team at the district level spend an inordinate amount of time in schools making direct contact with school leaders and teachers. And so in terms of accountability, it's going to be shared accountability between yours truly and the leadership on our teaching and learning team to make sure that we are moving the needle around providing targeted and differentiated professional development to teachers and leaders and moving the needle around student outcomes around academic achievement. Yeah.
And just to follow up, the role of the teaching and learning team at the district in the role of the principal at a school building, can you just explain who's accountable in terms of that responsibility?
So the principal is the instructional leader in the building, of each building. And so with that said, while the principal wears a number of hats, I often describe a principal's daily responsibility by saying by the time their feet hit the ground every single morning, they would have made at least 500 decisions. But amongst all of those decisions, Ms. Norris, what we're expecting is that every single principal will spend an inordinate amount of time focused on the instructional core, and that is curriculum, in this case, EL. 2, content being taught, meaning what are teachers teaching? And 3, how are students learning? And what that means for us is we are expecting to see principals spending time observing teachers and providing them with meaningful feedback around their instructional practices. In terms of the teaching and learning team at the district office, and I often insert myself into that, we have to take the responsibility to make sure that we are constantly providing the supports that each and every one of our principals need based on the gaps that we're seeing in those school leaders. And that includes making sure that we are scheduling the appropriate amounts of professional development for school leaders. And of utmost importance, having a coaching model that focuses on building principal capacity around instructional leadership.
Given that you've made that shift to principal coaching at the building level, can we expect a shift of resources, or how might resources be shifted in order to bring more support to each classroom, or bring down class sizes so that there can be more attention paid to individual students?
Yeah, excellent question, Mr. Diggs. The class size question is one that, I would love to revisit after consulting with our team, thinking more in terms of long-range planning. But the reallocation of resources, I believe, is imminent in that we want to make sure that we are investing in a coaching model. The district currently has a set of coaching models that we're looking at, but I want to make sure that we are narrowing down what coaching model we are utilizing so we can see some consistency, even if it's across grade level bands. And I don't believe we're quite there yet. The good thing is our current model has principal supervisors. We have 3 at our elementary level, and each of them really has a relentless focus on providing coaching and support to our leaders each and every day. So while that's going well, I still think that we have opportunities as a district to get better at that.
So I asked this in the last monitoring report around inputs, and that there are 2 inputs that can make a difference, right? One is the quality of curriculum or teaching, and the other one is time on student outcomes. There's AJ says there's 2 inputs. So I'm curious as to where an increase in time for students to be learning shows up in the what we're going to do in the next steps portion of the monitoring report.
Yeah, so the increase in time probably need to come from a couple of places. One is revisiting our schedule and maybe even exploring the length of our class period or instructional periods. And secondly, I think there are opportunities for us to think about either before or after school interventions. That's something that we will certainly explore. One of the benefits of having probably about 98% of our schools now being allocated with Title I funds, I think it puts us in a much stronger position to think about what is the appropriate additional amount of resources around time that we're going to put towards students. While we haven't explored this in a deep and strategic way as yet, I think we ought to explore non-classroom instructional or intervention model, where we're exposing students to more instructional practices.
Just a follow-up question for after school. Has summer school been explored at all? I know that was the notes from when we monitored this in the fall, was we were going to look at whether that was an efficient strategy and one we're going to continue. That's not on the list of what we're going to do. I wasn't sure if that plays a role in achieving this goal or not.
Absolutely. We will definitely have summer school this year. I know that we have heard some chatter about whether or not we will still have summer school in light of our ESSER funds being removed, but summer school is a non-negotiable. We will have summer school, especially as we look at the data around the summer slide. We want to make sure that we're keeping students highly engaged in summer learning. The extent of what that will look like has not yet been decided.
Real quick, how can we use our community partners into helping achieve this goal of the reading for our students?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Excellent question, Ms. Campos. I believe that there is an opportunity for us to, again, through our partnership office, to make sure we are tapping into those partners who are highly qualified, right? I know that while there is a strong interest in partnering with Des Moines Public Schools, For example, as we're thinking about this goal that really focuses on literacy, we want to make sure that we are opening the door and creating opportunities for partners who can actually move the needle around providing support to teachers and support to our students. But we are certainly not opposed to any community partners being a part of this goal attainment. Yeah, so we want to keep our doors open for community partners who are watching, who are familiar with, who understand what our needs are, and we want to have those conversations with them.
How can the board help?
Thank you. So again, there are two responses. One, certainly want to commend the board for continuing to push our thinking and challenge our mental models around how we are approaching goal attainment here. And two, we will certainly come back to the board during this critical budget season with some recommendations around resource allocation. And so one way that the board can be helpful is to recognize that, again, we have, as I think about the composition of our teaching and learning team and the executive cabinet, we probably have close to 1,000 years of leadership experience. And so we're going to bring recommendations to the board and hoping that the board agrees with those recommendations around resource allocation.
We will be seeing those recommendations in our future budget conversations.
Certainly.
How will we expect to see that show up in the budget?
Similar to what we've done in the past, when we are going to look at each of our goals that have been set, look at curriculum resources, look at our framework, and you're going to see our ask around financial resources to support each of those. So case in point, our EL curriculum in this case, we currently have a series of professional development opportunities that are taking place via our scope and sequence or PD. Case in point, today we had some of our EL experts who traveled from near and far to come and support the work we're doing with that curriculum. Secondly, you're going to see that showing up in terms of our investment in our GLEAM framework. Our commitment is to send, I would venture to say, a conservative number is about 90 or 95% of our teachers to our Standards Institute. I'm looking at my team for a wink to see if that number is about accurate. Close, maybe a little higher. Okay, so a little higher, so closer to 98% or so of our teachers. We want to send 100% of our teachers. A little lower, okay, we pivot in between 95 and 100%. But again, it's that investment in professional development that is targeted and differentiated to make sure that we are building capacity in teachers as well as leaders.
So those are changes that have already shown up in our budget. What changes might we expect to show up in this future budget? We've allocated those funds already for that, the GLEAM and the EL curriculum.
Yeah, so I think as of now, right, the changes that are showing up have been inserted into the budget. It is my understanding, probably with a time period of about a year or two. Right, the research tells us that, again, in order for us to see significant change with big initiatives, you need probably about 3 years. And so I would offer two things to the board. One, we maintain that consistency with the current practices that we have. And two, that we are nimble enough in our thinking that when we are working with our teachers and school leaders to make a sort of judgment around what pivots we need to make around instructional practices, leadership changes, or how we're implementing curriculum, we're going to come to the board, even after we would have signed off on a budget. We are going to come to the board during the course of the year, maybe with an opportunity to ask for some additional adjustments or changes.
That are yet to be determined.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Board members, any other questions regarding Goal 1 at this time?
I just want to acknowledge our teachers. It's never easy to fall short of a goal, and there was a gain, and I just want to say thank you. And I think all of us do for the work that you're putting into helping students get to grade level reading.
So, Madam Chair, I would turn it back to you for...
Great, thank you. And thank you very much, Ms. Martirano, for leading this conversation. We will now move forward with deciding whether, as a board, we accept the monitoring report. May I have a motion and a second to approve item D1?
Martirano, so moved.
We have a motion by Martirano. A second.
Alonso, second.
A second by Alonso. Is there any discussion, or does anyone have any questions?
Kim, just a point of clarification. When we're voting on this, what are we voting on? When we say we accept this, it doesn't sit well with me to accept this report. And I don't think it sits well for anybody who's sitting up here to accept this. And so I think it's worth saying out loud what we're doing here.
So the purpose of our monitoring conversation, and to get to a point of to accept or not accept, first, does reality match the vision? So based on the questions that we have asked today, to get a better sense of the reality, does it match the vision that we have set forth? Second would be, is there growth towards that vision? Even if we're not on track, are we headed in the right direction? Is there growth? And is the plan or the next steps or the strategy that has been provided to us, is it sufficient for the board to believe that we will make sufficient growth towards the vision? So those are the three things that you should be thinking about when we are accepting this report on behalf of the superintendent.
Thank you.
Just to follow up, because this was brought up, and we can move this, I believe that we hired Dr. Roberts, and the board goals were already set, and the resources were designated. Is the expectation moving forward, starting in FY '25, when the goals and the interims are set, that the expectation is that we're hitting the targets and we are on track, and/or?
Of course, we always want to be hitting the targets. I think the words on track and not on track rather, are something that I would recommend that Dr. Roberts and team touch base with the coaches on, because even if we do not meet, whether it's the annual target or the target for that particular interim goal, it could be that we are still on track towards meeting the goal itself. So
It's a good point.
Yeah, I would recommend that, Dr. Roberts, you touch base with the coach, because if we are making large gains and all of the implementation is proving to be effective and we are headed in the right direction, it may be that even though we're not hitting the target, we still are on track to meet the goal. So I would make that recommendation.
Appreciate that. Other discussion items on that? Okay, we have a motion by Martirano and a second by Alonso. Board members, please cast your votes. The vote is approved, 6-0. The next item on our agenda is monitoring report goal 2.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Well, Ms. Martirano, thank you so much for being voluntold to lead. Would you take it over from here, please?
I would be happy to, and I just like to remind board members, when you are asking questions, please try to reference data that is in the report itself. I would also ask that if there are assumptions about next steps or ideas or opinions, that we try to focus on what the next steps are that the superintendent has identified, versus that us making assumptions about what will and will not work for this particular goal attainment. Goal 2, the percent of black male fourth grade students proficient in the ISASP ELA assessment will increase from 29.5% in June 2022 to 67% in June 2026. This particular monitoring report is monitoring interim goal 2A, the percent of second and third grade black male students meeting benchmark on FastBridge CBM reading will increase from 44.6% to 70% in June 2026. The evaluation of this report by the superintendent is not on track. Our actual data is showing 37.8%. Board members, I invite you to begin your analysis and asking current performance questions to understand whether or not the current reality matches the vision.
Well, I guess I want to ask a follow-up question to your comment, Kim, about just because we're not on track on this particular interim, does that mean, I want to give the superintendent an opportunity to state whether he believes we're still on track for interim goal 2A on track for the end goal despite not being on track in this interim?
So certainly, I appreciate the question, Mrs. Knox. I would venture to say that while we are seeing growth, there is no way for me to predict at this time whether we are on track to actually achieve the end goal, which occurs in a couple of years.
Thank you. I will kick us off on page 1. You show an increase of just 0.2%. What do you attribute this lack of movement to?
Yeah, certainly. Again, the lack of movement on this particular goal certainly can be attributed to one, just the gaps that we are making up in terms of students, their reading levels. Two, the district level leadership team, right? We have to be much more invested in terms of how we are looking at providing the kind of targeted and differentiated professional development to our teachers with regards to the curriculum implementation, as well as the assessment, in this case, Wilson reading. And those are only a couple of the areas. This is multifaceted. I can certainly speak to really strong data that shows a correlation as well between student attendance and academic achievement.
And just like I've asked the board members to stick with what's in the report, I will ask you to do the same, and I don't believe that attendance is one of the indicators, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
But certainly welcome if that is a root cause in the future.
Dr. Roberts, we talked in the prior report about the Wilson Reading System, GLEAM, Science of Reading, and the EL curriculum. Is there one of these that you could point to say it specifically helps move the needle with this particular population of Black males? Because the first report was all students. And so I'm just wondering if there's one of these that is more effective when you're looking at the population of Black males.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Norris. I would, if I may, I would actually share that there are two. Right. One, Wilson Reading, again, has tremendous credibility as a multisensory assessment that truly meets the needs of some of our most struggling readers, and this is across the country. And I believe that with the implementation of Wilson Reading with fidelity, we will certainly get to this place. Currently, we only have, I think, 32 of our Wilson Reading. As I think about the number of schools that have not yet had exposure to Wilson Reading, we want to get to 100%. Secondly, and this one is much stronger as a predictive resource, and that is our GLEAM framework. Keeping in mind that the GLEAM framework, in partnership with Unbound Ed, is intended to provide culturally responsive pedagogy to students. And in this case, when we think about culturally responsive pedagogy, it's pedagogy that really highlights, validates, and values the lived experiences of every single student that has been considered marginalized, in this case, Black students. And so I really believe that at the end of year one, of implementation of Gleam, we should start to get a lot more traction. Last thing I'll share about Gleam and why I believe that this will sort of give us the momentum we are looking for. Feedback from the team based on discussions tells us that while we've only focused on the grade level instruction and engagement, we are already seeing really positive movement around teacher pedagogical delivery, school leader investment, and even student engagement in classrooms, all increasing and improving.
Thank you.
Under what is going well, you mentioned that not all buildings are, or excuse me, what is not going well on page 2. You mentioned that not all buildings are implementing the Wilson reading system. What are the limitations, or what are the roadblocks to that happening?
Thank you, Ms. Maduran. It was just a matter of, it was time. And so we have a plan in place to make sure that when this was offered last year, only some buildings, teachers, and leaders, based on their availability, were able to benefit from the professional development. So we have the utmost confidence that by the time we get into school year 24-25, we will increase that number significantly.
On page 2, under what's not going well, you talked about the decrease in male students that met benchmark was down to 88% this year, as opposed to, or this monitoring from 23 to 24, as opposed to 95% 22 to 23. To what do you attribute the decline in skills being maintained by our Black male students?
Yeah, there's still some uncertainty there. We are thinking about it. There's still a little level of being puzzled around this, and so we are unpacking a number of data points to make that determination.
Ms. Martirano, if I could ask a clarifying question, because attendance was brought up and some of the additional levers weren't addressed. So for clarification, they should be in a report like this, because those are things that might be supporting getting students to a place where they can learn, or are those not included, some of the critical programming that's provided to Black males to help them actually get to the classroom? I'm just trying to understand, should we expect that they show up? And if so, that's good coaching, I think, for Dr. Roberts. If not,
Yeah, if there's an input or an output that is having a significant impact on our achievement towards this particular interim goal, then I believe our coaches would recommend to you that it be included in the report. But I will have them confirm that.
I actually think they're listening, so AJ, if you want to chime in, you are welcome. If not, we can take it offline and follow up after.
Dr. Roberts, on page 2, under what's not going well, under the implementation of the all block, given what we know about the success of skills block, particularly for our Black males, what are we going to do to ensure that the foundational skills block is consistently implemented across schools?
Yeah, certainly. Continue to, again, make sure that there is a strong and healthy partnership or a collaborative effort between school leaders and teachers, certainly between our teaching and learning team at the district level, providing professional development and supports based on our observation and feedback. Right. Again, we are seeing many instances where teachers are exemplars when it comes to how they're delivering instruction in both the all block and skill block. We are not seeing that with a level of consistency across all of our schools. And so there is an opportunity for us to look at replicating some of the practices where teachers are getting it right, if you may.
So this particular bullet item that you have here, I was understanding it and as it's not being implemented at all across all schools, but based on your response, it is being implemented, but it's not being implemented in a consistent manner. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's
Okay.
not been implemented with consistency and with the same level of sort of exemplary pedagogical delivery.
So the expectation is that all schools have implemented the skills block, but the degree and the level at which that skills block is occurring differs across schools.
Absolutely, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Roberts, on page 1 of goal 2, under what's going well, you refer to 32 of 38 elementary schools that are providing the professional development for their teachers. What are the limitations that you see that prevent all schools from receiving that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Alonso Diaz. And the 32 of the 38 schools are providing professional development in the science of reading to their teachers. And much of this is happening actually during professional development time, that is directed professional development time. There is an opportunity for us to create space to make sure that all of our teachers are receiving this exposure to the science of reading, right? We've seen a plethora of really compelling data that tells us that when teachers, especially teaching reading or ELA, are utilizing the science of reading framework and the 5 competencies, we can see the movement around student growth with reading. And so our commitment is to make sure that those additional 6 schools have the teachers in the 6 schools have the exposure.
Thank you.
Dr. Roberts, you said earlier that 90% of the sort of what's going well and the tactics are the same across what we're doing for all of our students as well as what we're doing just for our 4th grade Black male students. So I'm curious to know, because if you look at the data, we have a lot more ground to make up for our Black male students to reach their goal versus all of our students. And so understanding that reality, what are the inputs that are happening specifically for our Black male students to expedite and make sure that they are going to achieve that goal?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Knox. Excellent question again. I would say it's twofold. One is making sure that we are building on the practice around differentiated instruction, right? So while we are looking at the demographic designation of being Black and male, we want to make sure that we are always differentiating instruction to meet the needs of students in any classroom setting. And then secondly, I think that there has been a paucity of cultural responsive pedagogy. And so what has to happen, and we are using our GLEAM framework as a guide, is to make sure that we are teaching students in a manner that highlights and elevates and values their lived and cultural experiences.
Dr. Roberts, a clarifying question on page 1 of goal 2. You referenced the 32 of 38 elementary schools. I seem to remember in some of our discussions around this that not every elementary school even has this subgroup represented. Am I saying that right, or am I misremembering that? And then could you walk us through how many, I don't want to put you on the spot, I'm sorry, but how many do, and why aren't we just talking about those? If this is the subgroup, why aren't we just talking about those schools? Because it seems like that would be a better measure of our success.
Yeah, so I think we probably have, I think, about 9 elementary schools that have an N of less than 10 for African-American males. And so there are, I believe, 3 elementary schools, and I will certainly go back and look at that data. There are 3 elementary schools where this particular subgroup at this grade level band have 0 students. And so, yeah, that is certainly being considered as we are thinking about how we are going to meet the needs of this particular population of students.
Are we ready to move to future focused questions?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Roberts, what evidence do we have that the Wilson reading system will work for our Black males in particular?
Yes, and so we have seen Wilson Reading has historically been incredibly impactful for struggling readers, regardless of designation or academic skills or reading gaps. And so, as someone who has been an implementer of Wilson Reading in my capacity as a special education teacher and department chair, and even seen the evidence right now as presented by the Des Moines Public Schools team, I have the utmost confidence that the Wilson Reading will get us positive traction around improving the reading ability of our struggling readers, in particularly Black males.
Thank you.
In looking at the long-term, what are we going to do on page 3? The first bullet is increased support of all block implementation. How will you assess building leaders to fidelity of this concept, or to execution of this concept?
Yeah, so thank you. So based on our current organization structure, where we have building leaders receiving direct support and daily support from their principal supervisors, building leaders are also in a place where they are positioned to have direct communication, contact, and support from our teaching and learning team. I have the utmost confidence that our building leaders, many of whom are already doing this work well, those in whom we've identified gaps, will receive the support from their direct supervisor, all of whom have served in the role of school leaders as well as some of our teaching and learning team. Again, process whereby we are consistently looking at data, and the conversations that we are having with our building leaders will always be grounded in and informed by not only the quantitative data as we are seeing in our assessments, but also having conversations about some of the qualitative outputs, right? That include school climate and culture, and again, attendance.
Can you expand a little on page 2 under what we're going to do next steps, on how you said short-term adjustments, targeting focus on second and third grade opportunities to build fluency and monitor data? Can you, and then special attention given to Black male students who are not meeting the benchmarks. Can you explain how or what special attention looks like, or how that will unfold?
Yeah, so thank you, Mrs. Knox. So particularly fluency was called out here, and fluency is one of those competencies in our science of reading. And so I think there's an expectation that we are going to see much more of an investment by our teachers, and certainly by our leaders, and the coaching that they are receiving in using the science of reading to teach reading and other ELA components around instruction. So the science of reading is a game changer. We've seen a plethora of data that speaks to the fact that, again, when you're focused on teaching students how to read, whether it's phonics or phonemic awareness or fluency or vocabulary comprehension, you want to follow the guidance and framework from the science of reading. And so I truly believe that once we are seeing that implemented in a manner that is unquestionable, we're going to move the needle around how we're improving reading for this particular population of students.
Dr. Roberts, around the same, or as a follow-up to Ms. Knox's question, when you say short-term adjustment, what kind of time frame are we looking at?
Yeah, certainly. When I think of short-term in the context of instruction, observation, and assessment, I'm thinking you looking at it through the lens of what we call formative assessments. And short-term in this instance, I alluded to this earlier, I believe it's every period of every 2 weeks, we have a deep dive into how students are performing. I would even go as nuanced as describing short-term as even weekly assessments, right? We're continuously keeping our finger on the pulse of the formative assessments that are happening in classrooms, in instruction every day, certainly every week, and in this case, every other week.
Thank you.
Dr. Roberts, to go underneath what our next steps. How, I just lost my train of thought. Let's see. So it says shift district support to focus on collaborating with teachers in those grades. How are we going to accomplish that? What does that look like?
Yeah, thank you. And again, we also really added fluency practice and monitoring. And I think what is of utmost importance in this particular bullet is the idea of increasing collaboration between second and third grade teachers. Oftentimes we talk about this idea of aligning two different grade levels, ascending grade and receiving grade. And there are tremendous benefits and opportunities to make sure that teachers are having those conversations. So the ascending teacher understands what the teacher who will receive the students is expected to know and be able to do. And similarly, the teacher who is receiving students also has a much stronger and increased understanding, right? We tend to refer to that as vertical alignment. How are we aligning the practices between the ascending grade teacher and the receiving grade teacher?
How are you communicating when a student is not proficient? How are you communicating that with family, guardians? I'm trying to understand. There's a underlying question, which is maybe why are we moving them forward? And that's just across both goals in terms of proficiency of reading. But maybe the appropriate question to ask would be, how is that transfer happening between the send and receive?
Let me ask, if I may, clarification
Yeah.
of the question. How are we moving them forward, meaning how are we promoting students?
If they're not proficient, correct?
Yeah, so thank you. As a district, we certainly do not have a practice of social promotion. However, proficiency on reading or any single subject is not a reason for us to retain students, right? We want to make sure that we are looking at growth, and ultimately the goal is for us to continue to have the kind of intervention and exposure to instructional practices where students will eventually get to the place of demonstrated mastery and proficiency. I think there's an opportunity for us to focus a lot more on growth, on students' growth, whether that's in reading, ELA, or math, as opposed to making a decision around promotion based on proficiency. If you look at our current reality, there is no way that either Des Moines Public Schools or any other system will actually make promotion decisions based on students attaining proficiency.
So to paraphrase, if a student is showing growth
Yes.
from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, that is far greater than a proficiency number.
It is not far greater than proficiency.
Okay.
Proficiency.
It's a measure of, go ahead.
Yeah. So proficiency is actually the desired outcome. We certainly want to have 100% of our students proficient, demonstrated mastery. Given where students are, whether they are coming to us in first, second, or third grade, we tend to look at where their current performance is. Let's say in this case, on reading, and we want to make sure that we are providing them with the instructional practices that will move them along the needle. Case in point, with a little bit more specificity, we want to look at what is considered Lexile scores. And so looking at the student's Lexile score, which means that the level at which they are reading, it doesn't mean that we are going to retain a student at a grade level, because the Lexile score is not necessarily in alignment with a student who is proficient and has a much stronger Lexile score. So we want to look at growth and continue to make sure that we're providing interventions to improve student outcomes around growth.
Any additional questions, board members?
How will you handle students that are not showing growth?
Continue to inundate those students with sort of a multi-tier support around interventions, making sure that, again, it's one of the outstanding parts of the work that our teachers do, right? They're able to easily identify who those students are, and then collaboratively, they find ways to make sure that they're providing them with the appropriate instructional practices through assessments, looking at how they can differentiate the curriculum and certainly their instruction.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, back to you.
We will now move forward with deciding whether we as a board accept the monitoring report. May I have a motion and a second to approve item C2?
Alonso, so moved.
And I Campos second.
We have a motion by Alonso and a second by Campos. Is there any discussion, or does anyone have any questions?
I guess I do have a question, just to clarify. I know we asked about how this is going to show up in the budget for all students. Well, I guess I'm not sure if there's going to be any more targeted intervention that we should expect to see in the budget to help our Black male students or our most struggling students.
You absolutely will. Mrs. Knox, we are at a place whereby we will stop at nothing to make sure that we are moving the needle. So it is very clear to us that if we have adopted and implemented a set or series of intervention approaches, and they're not getting us the desired outcome, then we will continue to look at additional resources that are proven, research-based, and credible. So it is likely that the board will have recommendations from yours truly around resource allocation for additional interventions.
Any other discussion?
Thank you to all the elementary leaders that are here this evening, and thank you for all of the what has been described from the standpoint of implementation and on behalf of the students of Des Moines Public Schools, moving the needle.
Board members, please cast your votes. The vote is approved, 6-0. We will now move to the consent agenda. As a reminder to the board and public, the board will not engage in discussion or deliberation with a speaker regarding comments made to agenda items. Discussion and deliberation will remain among board members at the board table, with speakers' comments informing the board's discussion, deliberation, and determinations as deemed necessary. Ms. Rios, do we have any speakers?
No speakers for consent.
Ms. Martirano, I believe you have the consent motion with a friendly amendment that was made earlier in the early in the meeting.
We will be removing E5, but I move that the board approve the consent items, excluding E5, in accordance with the recommended action for each item on the consent agenda, including bills previously authorized, certified, and approved for payment by the board secretary in the amount of $3,826,068.05.
We have a consent. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Alonso, second.
We have a motion by Martirano and a second by Ms. Alonso. Any discussion, or does anyone have any questions? Board members, please cast your votes. The consent items, sans E5, are approved, 6-0. Board members, next on our agenda is other. We've moved things around this evening, and it would be the time for self-evaluation. We have our coach on the phone. I would like to recommend that we do the self-evaluation, then we take a break, and we will come back and discuss. We have 3 large bodies of work in front of us, and maybe we'll do some prioritization of the work ahead and determine if we can accomplish it all this evening, or if we need to identify a second time for us to come together. AJ, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
So AJ, you have offered to take us through the coaching of our self-evaluation. So I will turn it over to you.
Excellent. You all have a copy of the instrument in front of you.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So hopefully all of you were able to do your homework and go through this yourself. If so, that's going to make this very quick. However, part of the benefit of having a coach on the line for you is that as there any type of questions that came up as you're going through it that you weren't clear on, this is also your time to ask those questions so you can get clear. We'll go through this pretty quickly, but anytime you have questions about what does an item mean, then stop and ask. Or if I don't hear questions about the things that I normally hear questions around, then I might stop and push a little bit. So that takes us to the very first section, vision and goals. The board will, in collaboration with the superintendent, adopt goals. They're student outcomes focused. Board members, how did you identify your performance for vision and goals?
AJ, if I could just clarify for the public, we are currently evaluating ourselves on Q4 of 2023. That is correct, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Anna and I, as board buddies, completed ours together, and for vision and goals, we, for Q4 of 2023, scored ourselves as a 0. Due to the community engagement and outreach not being completed, as well as root cause analysis and a comprehensive needs assessment not being completed in the last 36 months.
May I ask, AJ, could we, January, February, the end of March is when our, never mind. Okay, thank you. Ms. Murderano.
So, what's the question?
There isn't a question. I was just talking out loud, seeing if we could be looking at 2 quarters. But we are focusing on 2023 Q4.
I said the same thing, not because of the root analysis, but because of the community outreach factor.
I didn't think about the other part.
So we have 3 zeros right now.
Same.
I'm going to disqualify myself from this. I didn't do it correctly. And so I didn't have training on it. I didn't understand it. I didn't do it right. So I would just abstain.
Just listen.
Yeah, I'll listen and I'll learn.
And by the way, this is normal. Consider this a calibration activity for the board to all kind of get on the same page about what do different things mean. So where you are right now, Patrick, is a perfectly normal place to be. So now that you all, it sounds like there's a consensus about where you're at. The next thing to do is, what are 1 or 2 things that you really want to do next to help grow your focus on student outcomes?
Specifically for vision and goals, AJ?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we're very excited at the work that's been done to establish board goals. And so I put 25 for 2024 Q1 based on the listening sessions, the feedback, the data that was provided, and the path that we're on. We may not have formally voted on the goals by the end of Q1, but we're darn close.
Anna and I also project 25 based on the fact that we've gone back out to the community to have our engagement and listening sessions within Q1.
Agree.
All right, let's look at the next step. Let's look at vision, values and guardrails. The board will, in collaboration with the superintendent, adopt guardrails. How do you find for that?
0.
0.
0.
Yes, 0.
For the same reason, we did not complete community listening during the previous 36-month period. But I also project that we'll be at a 5 based on the fact that we have completed that for Q1.
Agreed.
I agree as well.
Agree.
What are next steps?
Complete community engagement and outreach.
For values and guardrails, Kim? You mean the follow-through
Quarter
back?
one. Yeah, so for quarter one, that was our action step.
Correct.
I think a couple things to be mindful of as we look forward to getting to 5 is making sure that we do publicly post the guardrails for public comment prior to adoption. I feel like that's something that we could easily forget about as we're trying to get this done.
So
That was going to be my question. How soon, right after we adopt our goals and guardrails, can we post?
We would do that
Or-
before we approve them.
So we're not going to, I guess the question is, we're not going to get them complete until Q2. And so, based on all of the things that are going on. And so I'm just wondering where you count the 5 and probably where you count the 25. If public comment has to happen before they're approved.
Point taken. I would retract my 5 and say that we will be at 0 then.
Thank you. Agree, very much agree.
Any other reflections on this item?
I just want to make sure I'm clear, because what I'm hearing is that our process is that we get to goals and guardrails, then we go into the community to ask for public feedback, simultaneous with Dr. Roberts developing interims. It's just I missed that, so I just want to make sure I understand the implementation of the process.
I think they're referencing the bottom indicator under the approaches column.
So under the approaching student outcomes focus under both vision and goals and values and guardrails. So we probably need to go back to our projection on vision and goals as well, because it says the board publicly posted the goals for public comment prior to adoption.
Yeah.
So if
We need
that
to
is
move
not
it.
going to happen by the end of the month, then we will have to adjust our projection to 0 as well for vision and goals. And I would also highlight that under vision and guardrails, the first item under approaching student outcomes focus says that we have, the second item, we've adopted no fewer than and 1 and no more than 5 guardrails. And based on our previous work session, we were at 6. So we want to
I think
consider
Dr.
that.
I think Dr. Roberts plans to make a recommendation potentially for moving it from 6 to 5, but we'll hear about that in the work session.
That's correct.
So we're at a 0 and I project a 0.
Anyone else? Where are you and what are you projecting? All right. Then let's move forward to the monitoring and accountability. how do you find for monitoring and accountability, the board will devote significant time monthly to monitoring progress toward the goals?
I had 0 and 0.
Me too.
Sí. 0, 0, 0, 0.
Yep, 0.
What are critical next steps that the board can take to significantly grow in this area?
Based on the fact that our superintendent's evaluation is not currently aligned with, solely with goals and guardrails, I don't know that we can get out of 0 until the next evaluation is created or the next year's evaluation is created. So I would say when the board agrees to only monitor based on goals and guardrails, we can move out of the 0 column in this.
I also don't think we've achieved any interim goals in the previous 12-month period. So that's another factor that would have to come into play.
You don't, can somebody verify that? Are you saying not a single one of your interim goals for any of your goals has been accomplished in the last 12 months? Did I hear that correctly?
Is Josie here? We'll follow up and confirm.
I guess I could go through my book.
Yeah. We can keep going, though, just.
What are other critical things that the board can be doing in the area of monitoring and accountability over the next 3 months?
Currently, we are calculating our board authorized time, but only at the board table. We are not including our, we're not including all of our board authorized public meeting minutes in that calculation. So I don't know that we have a good idea of the amount of time that we're actually spending focused on goals. So in order for that to happen, any committee work would need to be, or any committee time would need to be calculated into those percentages.
That's not true, AJ. Back to the goals. We did our November 2023 monitoring report. We were on track in one of them, and 2 of them. So that is inaccurate. I apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing that. Other necessary next steps over the next 3 months, what can the board do to really grow its focus on student outcomes in the area of monitoring and accountability?
Well, I don't think we're going to be ready to settle the monitoring calendar because that's Q1. I think that's something that we'll accomplish in Q2, potentially.
Well, we have an existing monitoring calendar.
But how, I mean, how far out does it have? I mean, updating it for 3 years or just, I guess that doesn't really count. I was just trying to think of things. Because with new goals and guardrails.
Yes, we will have to create a brand new monitoring calendar, yes.
Correct.
But we have an existing one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep.
But yes, as something that we need to put on our to-do list beyond this, we're once goals and guardrails are, and new interim goals and interim guardrails are approved, yeah, we would need a new calendar.
Yeah, and typically, once a new set of goals and guardrails are adopted, then the superintendent is called upon to bring forth a rough draft monitoring calendar, since his team knows when data is available. But then that is the board's monitoring calendar, so the board would need to formally adopt that once you've received it and made whatever modifications the board chooses to make. One issue that is deeply embedded in the idea of being focused on student outcomes is that you actually spend a preponderance of your time discussing the outcomes of your students. What are things that you all might want to do regarding your use of time to increase your focus on student outcomes?
That's about an hour and 90 minutes. No, 45 minutes.
Ask the question again, AJ, please.
What would it take for the board to improve the amount of time it spends discussing the learning and welfare of your students?
Is he talking about monitoring and calendarized? No, I think it's a 10%.
I think we're going to struggle for a while on the 10% of total board authorized public meetings based on everything that the board has been tackling last quarter and this quarter with budget, superintendent search. I think there's other things that I'm not remembering that felt like it was a lot. And now we'll also have to add in a potential vacancy.
On the positive side, all of the time that you spend monitoring your goals is crucial, and all the time that you spend setting your new set of goals or revising your existing set of goals are all part of that calculation. So there is a significant amount of time that you all are spending. What I'm hearing from you all is it still amounts to a relatively small percentage of your overall time. The challenge that this approach to governing invites is that if you want your administration to have a greater focus on the learning of your students, you must lead them there through your actions, not merely through your words. And so it is always going to be a struggle. There will always be something that entices the attention of the board away from the learning of the students. The question is, what are things that you all could do, or what are things that you might consider doing that might help you focus more of your time and energy as a body on the learning of your students relative to your goals?
AJ, is the committee that was created and organized all of the community engagement? I know that that is board authorized public meeting time, but does that, because it's a part of vision and values?
Yes, that is a part of, that is a inescapable aspect of goal setting. That is correct.
So the time spent in that committee work counts towards our 10%?
Preferably your 50% is what I would encourage you all to be aiming for. Spending at least half of our time on our children and receiving the blessing that we owe them, and then half of your time on everything else. But specifically to your inquiry, yes, the time that the board or committees of the board spend on the activities that are directly aligned to goal setting or goal monitoring is time that fits into that calculation, time that is credited toward the desirable at least 50%.
So I think right now, our next steps would be actually tracking the time that we are spending in committee so that we have an idea of what that percentage actually is. Because right now, we're just tracking time at the dais rather than all committee work. So I think that we can commit to tracking our time in committee work as well so that we have a better idea.
That's a great suggestion. We have about 10 minutes left for this section, AJ.
And the other, I'd argue for you all, I would argue these first three are the single most important three elements of your self-evaluation. And so the other ones will go much more quickly. Any other reflections on this? I'd love to hear from any other board members we haven't heard from. What's something the board could do, or what is a change that the board could make that could help you focus more of your time and energy on our children actually learning? Anybody else, thoughts before we transition? So one additional thing that I'd invite you all to be reflecting on, in addition to actually tracking, which is always helpful to actually have data in the same way you want your staff to have data to be able to justify what's working, what's not. You want to have data as well. So tracking is a critical next step. I would generally encourage that you all pass that around the dais. So maybe one person a month gets voluntold to be the person who does the time use tracking for that month. And whoever that person is, you are certainly welcome to work with our team to support you in that. Another thing that you all might consider is just really comprehensively looking at what are all of the things that we're doing and what are ways that we can do them as efficiently as possible so that the net effect is that we are demonstrating to our staff and our communities that student learning is our top priority, not all of the other necessary but insufficient items that we also have to attend to. Any other reflections before we transition? All right, the next item is communication and collaboration. The board will lead transparently and include stakeholders in pursuit of the goals. How did you score, board members?
0.
0.
What is 1 to 3 things that you could do to really grow in this area over the next few months?
Hold fewer meetings. And shorter meetings.
Let me push on that. What would you have to change about how you all conduct business to be able to conduct it more efficiently, such that more of your time could be focused on student outcomes? What are some changes in your behavior as board members that might allow you all to conduct business more efficiently?
For me, coming more prepared.
Yeah, no doubt. And you have a full coaching team. So one of the things that you can do is reach out and ask for a one-on-one coaching session in advance of board meetings to help support with that. Or to help go over questions that you might have or about board items, things of that nature. And absolutely, I think the more that you all attend to personal preparation, much more efficiently you can move with your time. Anyone else? What's an adult behavior change that I could make that could really help us be more efficient with our time so that we can really focus more and more on our students learning time?
Ask higher level questions.
Yeah, and you all have clearly demonstrated capacity for this. But again, it's an area that if you ever want additional support, all you have to do is reach out, and we're happy to do one-on-one coaching in between board meetings to support you. Anyone else? Critical things that the board could take on over the next 3 months or board members could do to really grow the area of communication and collaboration?
Send Dr. Roberts questions in advance of the meeting.
Yeah, it's important that you all have a transparent process of communicating that the community has an opportunity to see. And when you submit those questions and they become part of your public document that is publicly available, not only do you increase transparency, but you also can increase efficiency at the same time. Anybody else before we transition? And the next section is unity and trust. The board will lead with one voice in its pursuit of the goals. Board, how do you score?
1.
Same.
1. Same.
What are one of the three things that you could do that could really have you moving in the direction of growth regarding unity and trust?
AJ, I put us at a projection of 0 based on the Reimagining Facilities Committee, and I don't know if I had the full information. Did we have your approval, Dr. Roberts, for board members to sit on that committee? 'Cause that would put us back to a 0 if we did not have your approval to sit on that committee. But I know that Jackie felt that we did have your approval on that, so just wanted clarity.
Yep, I did not object to that.
Thank you.
I want to clarify. You did not object or you actively approved?
Okay, two very different things. I approved.
Thank you. Board members, any other things that the board could do to really grow in the area of unity and trust?
In order for us to move into 3, I think the third item down under meeting student outcomes focus would have to be agreed to.
You're referring to the ethics and conflict of interest policies.
Yes, regarding campaign contributions.
Got it. Any other items, board members, anything else the board can be doing in addition to adopting more strenuous policies around ethics and conflicts of interest? Anything else the board could be doing to really generate a sense of unity and trust? All right.
We could all memorize the goals and where we're at.
Yes. Out of curiosity, why do you think that matters?
Just like an organizational mission statement and vision statement, if you know it, and then it becomes a part of you, your purpose, I guess.
If you as a board don't know each and every one of your goals and the current status of it, the not knowing of it will have an impact on the quality of leadership that you bring to bear. If all of you actually know the goals and the current status of them, that too will have an impact on the quality of leadership that you can bring to bear. And so what I saw on my district, what our board chair did was every so often she'd pull out a copy of the goals and say, all right, board members, we're taking a quiz. She'd check to see if folks were up on them. It was somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but also made the point that we're going to make different decisions on those days if we are all aligned around what we're here to accomplish while on those days. Any other reflections before you transition? And then finally, there's continuous improvement. The board will invest time and resources toward improving its focus on the goals. How do you score?
0.
Agree. 0.
Agreed.
Okay, I think this is the first one where I did not hear a clear majority or consensus.
I think we all said 0, AJ.
Then I clearly didn't hear it close. What will it take in order to improve from 0 to 3?
May I ask a question regarding the fourth item under not student outcomes focused? When we say the board has not participated in a governance team training or retreat where all members of the governance team were present, does that include Dr. Roberts in the last 12 months?
Yes, so when we say governance team, we're always referring to the board plus superintendent. I would tell you for your own edification, by practice, we always exclude folks when there is a medical issue that has people not be present. And so as long as the six of you and your superintendent were present for governance team training or retreat in the last 12 months, then this would qualify.
Because we've done that. I mean, it was more focused on goals and guardrails. But I think we could sufficiently say we've done that. And I know the plan is ideally in Q2 to revisit a couple of specific SOFG concepts around monitoring.
Yeah.
So I would absolutely consider the session that we had recently to begin revising your existing goals and guardrails as a governance team retreat.
Okay, thank you. The other item that I had is we've never tracked our staff time in order to understand the amount of time our staff is using on board work.
And Superintendent, that is something that if you desire, please shoot me an email and I will get you the full instruction manuals for how to conduct a board use of staff time evaluation.
Will do. Thank you.
Anyone else, board members, what will it take to grow in the area of continuous improvement? Any other items that jump out at you?
I think that we could get better about our district recognitions being focused specifically on goals and guardrails. Or goals, rather.
So this actually goes along with your monitoring and accountability. If you are doing recognitions that are directly, not indirectly, but that are directly aligned to your goals, that counts as part of your monitoring times. So for example, my district, what would be normal to do is if we're monitoring third grade reading goal, then it's very normal to bring up all of and we have an interim goal around second grade reading and which students have shown the most growth. It's very normal for us to bring in the 10 or 20 second graders who showed the most growth over the last quarter and honor them. And that recognition, the reason we're doing that is it's part of monitoring our goal. Your recognitions are, I don't know that I've seen a recognition of yours that I would consider directly aligned to one of your goals. But if you did so, then that's another strategy you could use to increase the amount of your time that's really aligned to our children learning in a way that's aligned to our goals. And so I strongly recommend that. I love the part of my board meetings where that is taking place. I think you'll fall in love with that if you took up that practice as well. Any other recommendations, board members, on how to grow in the area of continuous improvement? Could someone reflect on the second indicator under mastering focus?
On continuous improvement?
Yes.
That any new board members receive training on SOFG prior to being selected? Is that what it is?
Yes. So this is an area of strength for you all that I want to highlight, but it's also worth thinking about that this would be a great thing to start planning for now. Like how do we create the conditions for folks to have the information that they need to really be able to hit the ground running so that folks don't have a super steep learning curve. You all have done a better job than most boards by far of that. But I certainly want to encourage, as you're thinking about the board's timeline, now's the time to be thinking about how are we going to plug in some dates to really make that opportunity available for folks in our community. Any other reflections before we transition, board members? All right. So, what is the total score that you identified for this quarter?
1.
And for those who are following along, what score are you all projecting that you could reasonably obtain over the next 3 months? And your score might be a little bit different than mine, but what are you all thinking you could obtain over the next 3 months?
1.
That's what I had too.
1.
So my belief is that if you all really put the pedal to the metal, it's actually, I think you could get to 56 over the next 3 months. You would have
AJ,
to-
our next 3 months ends in
30 days.
Not even 30
Yeah.
days. Yeah.
So it's really by
No,
quarter.
I'm sorry.
Quarter 2.
I mean literally 3 months from today is what I mean.
Yep.
Where you could be literally 3 months from today, as I'm saying, I think you could be at north of 50 points. What it would require is that you really knock it out of the ballpark in terms of your goals and guardrails. That can right there quickly get you to north of 35 points. Really ramp up your monitoring, and you're already knocking at the door. And then with just a little bit of effort around communication, collaboration, unity, trust, and continuous improvement, and you could very easily find yourself, in the 50 to 56 point range, 90 days from today. But it would take some significant modifications to what you all are doing. What I'll do is I will send some of my notes from this conversation out for the full board, along with some recommendations based on what you all said you'd like to take on next, but also a few other nudges that I might offer of things that you might do next to continue your journey toward being intensely focused on improving student outcomes. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thanks, AJ. That was really helpful, and I appreciate the board discussion. AJ, we'll make sure that Patrick gets some time with you to train specifically on this, and I know you worked with Kim, but if you want to join as well. So just for clarity's sake, we'll take the compilation, and on the next board meeting agenda, it will show up on the consent agenda item, and then we can vote to approve it at that point. Next on the agenda, we have items of privilege. I'm going to encourage us, unless they are urgent and pressing, that we keep this part brief. Does anybody have any items of privilege?
None here,
No.
Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Board members, I'm going to recommend that we are going to take a 10-minute break. I bought some food, so it's over there, just some snacks. I need to talk to Dr. Roberts. We have 3 urgent and pressing things that need to happen. And so I think we are also trying to keep 2 weeks of March preserved for break time. So we're just going to huddle for a moment or two and come back and just be prepared to discuss that we have 3 pressing items, one of them being goals and guardrails, the second, and finalization, the second being budget, and the third being addressing a vacancy on the school board. So I will see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for joining us for this evening. We appreciate you. The meeting is adjourned at 8:37. How much work do we have to do on goals? Because what kind of Okay, we are going to get started. Board members, I have a recommendation I'm going to make. Do we have everybody? Yes. The recommendation I'm going to make is that we are going to time limit the goals and guardrails conversation to 15 minutes, and we're going to ask Rosie to set the clock, and here's why. We are going for directional correctness. That was the goal of tonight, because Dr. Roberts' team is still working on the interims. And so Dr. Roberts is going to lead that. AJ can guide as well if there's questions, but we were giving Dr. Roberts directional correctness on goals and guardrails. That will be 15 minutes. I don't see Rosie, so Jenna, will you be in charge of timing? Sure. Then we are going to move to budget. Budget, Shashank is going to try in 25 minutes. Again, some of the information is redundant. We have the PowerPoint, so he's really going to elevate the key issues that might require feedback. And then we are going to move and talk about the school board vacancy. We will take no more than 15 minutes. We will be appointing an ad hoc committee who will be working through a lot of next steps on a very quick timeline. Does anybody have any questions, board members? So Jenna, you're going to keep us honest. And when we're at the 2-minute mark, just let us know. Got it. AJ, you ready? Okay, we're starting. Dr. Roberts, you are up. Goals and guardrails.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At our last work session, special board meeting on February 27th, the board, in collaboration with the district's executive cabinet and leadership team, we had consensus around 2 board goals for school year 24, 25, and beyond. Both of those goals actually were in need of some, I would say, wordsmithing, and the team and I collaborated around that, and I want to bring for the board's consideration the approval of both of those goals. Goal 1, and I believe you have it, written copies in front of you.
I will pass them on.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Rosie.
Dr. Roberts,
take some of this.
if I could just ask, I know you've used the word approval a couple of times, both in your email and just now. And we won't be approving or voting on anything tonight. It is just giving guidance, and I just want to make sure that the community knows there's no votes happening. There's no, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So I bring to the board this evening your nod around the verbiage of the goals and guardrails for consideration of approval at a later board meeting. Goal 1, the percent of 4th grade students scoring proficient or advanced on the ISASP ELA assessment will increase from 50% in June of 2023 to 70% in June of 2027. We did agree that we will utilize the June of 2023 as our baseline because we are still not in possession of the data from this year, which will likely not come until May or June. I think there was a strong level of comfort with this.
So can we call that X from X in June 2023? Because we don't know if we'll be at 50%, correct?
We are at 50% in June 20. This is the 2023 data.
I'm sorry.
If we were waiting for.
Thank you.
Right, 2024, but we've decided to use
Got it.
2023. Yeah. Any objections, reactions? Are we good with goal 1? May I just add that the interim goals will be ready and available by our next meeting on the 26th. Interim goals are also intended, while I know because of our time constraints, we don't want to engage in a deep discussion. Our interim goals are intended to also highlight some of our marginalized populations in service of the larger goal, because this goal is an all-student goal.
And at that point, will you make a recommendation as to whether or not Black and combining students of color, Latino, and African American is the recommendation?
At that point, yes, Madam Chair, I will.
Okay.
And just for clarification, anybody from the community that wasn't at the meeting when you, and as I remember it, you came with a recommendation from the staff that the smallest population, African American males, which we had been using, had some issues with it from a data standpoint. And that's why the discussion moved to, that's one of the ways that the discussion moved to this larger pool with an interim focus on the smaller groups. Am I remembering that correctly, or am I?
No, yeah, so I think how we framed it was that, and we've seen this over the last 3 years or so, N for our African-American students was less than 10 in, I think, approximately 9 of our schools, but we still had a data set and still have a data set that we can use to measure our goals, our interim goals, yeah.
Dr. Roberts, I know we don't have a lot of time. I just am wondering, are we setting right now a nod to 70%? Or are you digging in, or you feel comfortable with that? And I only say that because I know it's a little less than the state average is 73%, but then I look at what the state average is for ELL students or students with disabilities, and I know we have a higher population of ELL students than the rest, and I just want to make sure we're striving, but we're also achievable and we're successful. So do you feel comfortable with 70%, or do you feel like you maybe are going to dig into that a little more?
Dig into this to go a little higher, or what were you?
Or lower, or you're good. I don't know. I think higher would be.
It's too much of a stretch. I think we are between 65 and 70%. And so if it pleases the board, I would like to have the opportunity to come back. Having 70% right now as a ceiling, to be able to come back with either 65 or 70.
Yeah, I think just rooted in an accurate picture of our students and growth possibilities. Aggressive, but again, making sure we achieve it.
Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
And just to clarify, the timeline was March 19th as opposed to the 26th. That's what we had written down. If we need to change that, we can change that.
No, that's fine. March
Okay.
19th, it's fine, yeah. I think the 26th was mentioned because we have a special meeting on that day, but that's for something else, I believe, right?
That's for budget.
Budget, yeah. Thank you. We found with Goal 1 board, thank you. Goal 2, as discussed on the 27th, is the percent of Des Moines Public Schools seniors by the end of their 4th year of high school who have 4 or more of the Des Moines Public Schools future-ready indicators as measured by the Des Moines Public Schools framework of enroll, employ, and enlist will increase from X percent in June of 2024, we are still gathering that number, to X percent in June of 2027.
My only concern on this, Dr. Roberts, is the indicators that you identified in our last work session together as being future-ready indicators. There are only 2 that are about what students know and are able to do. So I worry that, and AJ, if you could chime in on recommendations or assist Dr. Roberts with recommendations for what those indicators, how those indicators can be adjusted so they are about student outcome goals rather than inputs or outputs?
Very much so. And we can absolutely work with you and your team to go through those and try to identify which one of these are outputs, either student or adult, and which of these are student outcomes, which of these are a measure of what students know and are able to do.
Thank you, AJ, I appreciate that. Outside of that, the verbiage of this goal, is it pleasing to the board?
Yes. Yes.
And may I request the board's indulgence on a possible goal 3, and that is?
Goal 2 or goal, I just want to make sure.
It's goal 2.
Goal 2, yeah.
But where this is the additional goal since we last met. And that is, we've looked at the fact that the team and I, we have a goal that really addresses our elementary school needs. We have one in the college and career goal that addresses our high school needs, 9 through 12. And we believe it would be prudent as well as strategically sound for us to also consider a goal to meet some of the neediest students in our school system, and that is our middle school or grade 6 through 8. With that said, I want to gauge, if I may, Madam Chair, from the board this evening, if there is a little bit of some agreement or an appetite for us to have a middle school goal, but also to ask the board for additional time, should you agree that we will benefit from a middle school goal, to go back and consider what should the measure of this goal entail? Is it math? Is it literacy, in keeping with our student outcome focus? Is it math? Is it literacy? Is it something else that we should be considering?
I just offer an idea, and that is that I would be supportive of a middle school goal as long as it aligned with what we heard from the community, and I would be in support of giving you and the staff time to really look at a root cause of, I think we would probably agree at this table that our middle schools are in need of help. I think we heard that clearly in our community listening sessions and in our feedback. But I'd like to see you and the staff have the time to look for a root cause and really come back with a good recommendation, because I think this one's complicated, and not that they're all not, but we can adopt it. We could adopt it at a later date, as soon as possible, but I think giving you the proper amount of time to really look at how do we make the biggest impact on this grade level.
Thank you. Other reactions from?
Anna, Jenna, Kim, Maria.
I will echo Patrick's comment.
I also agree. I want to look at the data to identify what is it, not having received, when we received the data originally, this was not included. So I think having a better understanding of the why. I appreciate having a focus on math. I know I was not a fan of removing the math before, but definitely want to have the data to back up this particular proposal.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Patrick and the other members. Yeah, I want to see just a little bit more data, see what we could work. Like Patrick says, our middle school students have the need right now, and I want to see what we could come up with.
Thank you. May I offer, sort of as a process point, as a district, we will be able to provide you with compelling data around either math or literacy in the middle school where there's a great need. I would even add that our culture climate challenges in middle school is something that is on top of mind for us. And so I also wonder if there is a way for us to even consider something like an attendance goal as student outcomes focus or not. So something to think about. So the board, what I'm hearing from the board in terms of my direction is for me to go back, work with the team and offer for your consideration a different.
Right. What do you think is going to be the highest leverage point to make a difference in our middle school culture and a middle school of choice?
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Knox. Yeah.
Great. Any other
Madam
feedback?
Chair.
Almost a 2-minute warning.
Yes, AJ.
There's definitely not going to be a goal about attendance, because that's not a student outcome.
So Dr. Roberts,
what-
can I make a suggestion, AJ? Just because we need to keep moving, Dr. Roberts and I discussed that he was going to reach out to you and just talk to you about it and talk through his thinking, and the two of you could partner together to brainstorm around it.
How many guardrails is the board expecting to address at its next meeting?
We're trying to actually get there right
Right
now.
now.
5 is the answer. Is that okay if AJ, if Dr. Roberts takes the time that he's requesting to visit with you and discuss the middle school goal?
Oh, always, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, T. Madam Chair, with that said, I will proceed with our guardrails as discussed at the meeting on February 27th. Guardrail 1, the superintendent shall not allow inequitable treatment or reduce access to educational opportunities of students or the continuation of systems that allow for it. See nods, unanimous nods, Madam Chair.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, I look forward to seeing your interpretation of this via the interims. I have questions, but.
Thank you.
Yep.
Guardrail 2, the superintendent shall not allow the socio-emotional learning needs of adults and all students to be unaddressed.
General nods.
Yes.
Why all is in there?
Kim?
Shouldn't it just be students? Is that intentional?
Yes.
Previously, it said marginalized students, so.
We're at 1508, by the way.
Guardrail 3, the superintendent shall not allow the composition of the teaching and learning staff to diverge from the diverse demographics of the student population while utilizing equitable and inclusive hiring practices conducted in accordance with cultural responsivity. For informational purposes, board, we added inclusive and hiring practices and cultural responsivity, replacing the previous language with regards to affirmative action. Unanimous head nods?
Yes.
Guardrail number 4, the superintendent shall not allow an environment for both students and staff that is psychologically and physically unsafe and unwelcome.
Yes.
Pauses. Thank you. Now, this is where we get into the fun part. Guardrail 5, the superintendent shall not allow an environment that allows families to be excluded, uninvited, and unwelcomed into the district's activities and endeavors. Board, that is guardrail 5. Guardrail 6 has very identical language with the exception of the subject, instead of it being families, is our community partners. In this case, it's the superintendent shall not allow an environment that allows communities and our communities and viable partnerships to be excluded, uninvited, and unwelcome into the district's activities and endeavors. May I offer that as we have looked, the team and I have looked at our rubric and guidance around the student outcome focused model, it suggests to us that we should not have less than 1 guardrail or more than 5. With that said, I want to bring forward the board's consideration a guardrail that is all-encompassing of families, communities, and viable partnerships. And it reads as follows. The superintendent shall not allow an environment that allows families and viable community partners to be excluded, uninvited, and unwelcome into the district's activities and endeavors.
Yes.
We already have unwelcome in guardrail 4.
I think, is that for students and staff?
Safety.
I see that as an internal versus an external guardrail, Kim. Internally, environment, externally, partnership, and welcoming.
Is it fair to ask that might be once Dr. Roberts, the team, is looking at potential interims, that some of the words, we might tweak some of the wording? Like, is it possible you might look and say, well, it's how do we measure unwelcome? Or how do we measure? So I think, Kim, your suggestion is,
Yeah, with the guardrails that we present, ultimately, the superintendent interprets those via the interim guardrails. So if Dr. Roberts comes back to us with interim measures that really do not align with our interpretation or what it is that we wanted, then I would see us going back to the drawing board and making edits and rewrites to the guardrail itself so that the interpretation is more aligned with the community's values.
Noted. So what I am hearing is that we are comfortable with 5 guardrails, combining the 2 subjects of families and communities or community partnerships. Thank you, board. That concludes our goals and guardrails.
I think the only other item that I want to lift up, Dr. Robertson, we've spoken about this, is I think there's still remains discussion and potentially a lack of consensus of subgroups that we're measuring and how those are showing up in the goals, guardrails, and interims. So I'm just acknowledging that. I think that's something that you're thinking through with the staff and may talk to AJ about as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we are. We want to make sure that we are continuing to focus on and highlight our marginalized populations.
Okay, thank you.
May I just ask a question regarding guardrail 5? I'm sorry. What value is it that we're trying to uphold in guardrail 5?
I have to go back in my notes.
To me, it's under the should stop, or it happened both in the stop and the start. Should stop making it so hard to partner and volunteer with Des Moines Public Schools, and should make it easier to, or should be, make sure that families are welcome and are included in their school communities. And I'm obviously paraphrasing that, but those are the 2 sentiments that I brought out of stop and continue.
So partnerships is the value. Or a welcoming environment.
Yeah, we had other better words, and I apologize, I can't find those at the ready. We can go back and look at the.
Families and partnerships.
Yeah, that's.
I just want to be sure I understand it, because I think it's important for us to truly identify what value we're trying to protect, because I think that will impact my understanding of the interim guardrails and whether or not they are truly reflective of the value we're trying to uphold.
I think partnership gets you closest. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Maria?
Is it engagement or engagement? Or actually, see, now I'm remembering, I think I started this with care. But then it was built on to say family, community, engagement. So the value was, I'm paraphrasing what the notes say, but family, community. And I think.
If you're looking for one that encompasses, I think engagement encompasses. If that's I would be very comfortable with that, because I think you can put that both on our family engagement and our community partner engagement, and both of those things are reflected in what we got back from the community.
Okay, based on the current verbiage, I don't know that it speaks, to me, it doesn't necessarily speak to the value of engagement, but we'll see what comes back and go from there. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question. It's a really good one. So I feel like we're in the iterative phase where, Dr. Roberts, you're asking for some directional correctness. We're saying yes, then the interims come back to see if they work together.
That is correct. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any last comments on this goals and guardrails section? Okay. Shashank, I'm going to ask you to come up, please. Thank you. And this is the second budget discussion. We will have, yes, oh, sorry, AJ, yes.
When is the board taking, in my previous notes, I had the board was taking these up on the 19th, but tonight I've heard the 26th. Which is it?
No, sorry, I think Dr. Roberts said the 26th, and I was just clarifying that it was the 19th.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So this is the second of 4 budget discussions, I believe. Is that correct, Shashank?
Yes, it is.
Yep. And everybody received a handout. If you don't have it, please let Rosie know, but everybody should have one at their desks, in addition to a binder already shared with you. Okay, Ms. Knox, will you set the timer, please?
I did give up a warning.
She did.
7 answers on the board.
I hear Anna wanting to take over.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not doing the alarm. All right, it's off, it's going. 1 second.
So in today's session, we're trying to cover a few items, which is the property tax scenarios, get into more details when you come to the slide, a shift in the title model funding, and also what the board had requested last time that they wanted to see from the district. There's no change in timeline and requirement, and I'll go fast through the slides, which are a repeat. So same thing as far as community discussion goes, budget must be balanced, so we are still at the same thing. The change which starts coming in is over here. The earlier last time that I had discussed, we said the teacher pay would be $50,000 in year 1 and $62,000 in year 12. That has changed to $47,500 in year 1 and $15,000 in year 2. Obviously, this is under discussion. DMPS is lower, but the delta is smaller now because it's 47.5 versus 50. What we are hearing is the funding would probably come through the TSS. The other new item that has come up is that for educational support staff, there'll be $15 an hour funding that will be available. And the only group that we see right now which could potentially be impacted or could benefit out of that is Metro. And again, based on my understanding, is that funding would also come through TSS. Now, the interesting thing is this would apply even to enterprise funds, because Metro Kids is an enterprise fund, and typically enterprise funds are supposed to sustain themselves. So at least at this point in time, it is still going to happen. AEA changes does not impact us significantly, but what we hear is the family advocate positions will be eliminated. It is, and most of the changes will start being discussed in 2025 session. There's no change in SSAs. What we had discussed from last time, governor is at 2.5, the House has proposed 3, and Senate, we still don't have any proposals.
Shashank, can you go back and we can ask just quick clarifying
Sure.
questions?
Absolutely.
For TSS, what is the length of time that we should expect this money? So if the suggestion is move year 1 to 47.5, which is higher than we currently are,
Correct.
how many years do we anticipate that?
That TSS funding to continue?
Correct.
So TSS funding actually, Jackie, started quite a few years back, and we already, as a district, gets TSS money. So typically, when the state starts, it continues at that level. So if even 5 years from now, if our first-year teachers are less than 47,500, they would still be getting, we would still be getting that money from the state. The way the math really works, and I'm happy you stopped me because I was trying to rush through it, is the district has to submit beds data every year to the state. So state has the positions and the salary with them. So more likely than not, the beds data would be used to make the calculation of the delta between what the state is proposing and what we have. Now, having said that, the beds data is dated. So because it was submitted based on last year's this thing, not this year's. So there could be further tweaks and changes which could happen.
Great. Does anybody have questions on the new teacher pay? I have a question on the educational support staff. So are you saying that everybody in our district is above $15 an hour except for Metro?
That is correct, and I'm talking about school support staff.
As opposed to?
Say if it's a clerical staff in my department. Not that they are getting less than $15, but they could be over there. Because I have people in my team who are hourly people, like accounts payable, accounts receivable, team members. So they are not going to be impacted by this. That is my understanding as of now.
Let me ask the question different. All non-exempt staff for DMPS, non-exempt meaning hourly wage workers, are currently making $15 an hour except for Metro
That is
kids.
accurate. That is accurate.
Okay. Does anybody have other questions on this first slide? Do you know when we're going to hear on the SSA, the best guess lately?
I'm hoping, and I'm going to discuss this exactly in the next slide over here. Not next, a few slides later, I will discuss that. Yeah. So what is the proposed tax notice timeline? Yeah. We're having this meeting today, a work session, and I want to discuss the proposals that I'm bringing to the board for the tax rates. March 11th, we will be submitting it. So whatever the board approves today, unless, to your point, it is decided and approved between now and March 11th, we will submit it to the register what we approve as what the board approves today, unless it is changed and we get the final guidance. And the register will publish it on 15th of March. The special hearing would be held on 26th March because there needs to be a 10-day gap between the publishing and when the board will approve that rate finally. So that is the timeline that we'll be following for the tax guidelines.
And just to be clear, we're behaving this way because this is the state mandate.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is accurate. And this is the first year that we are doing it like this because this is totally new.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah. So here is where I really wanted to have some guidance as to what should we submit to the state. So I have in the first column basically saying what was the FY24 tax rates. And if you will see two items, which is Peppal and Pearl, they remain consistent in all the scenarios. And I've tried to put four scenarios: 2.5%, which is proposed by the governor, 3%, which is proposed by home, 3.5% and 4%. The only reason why I am even proposing that if you see the dollars generated, which is the last row, the higher the SSA is, the more property tax we get. And I can reduce it, but I cannot increase it. So if I go with the proposal of 3%, very unlikely it's going to happen, but in case it does get approved at 3.5 or 4%, we will be missing those dollars. So the discussion that needs to happen is, shall we stick to 3 or shall we go to 4? And I've tried to provide these scenarios. And again, if we get guidance from the state that this is the final SSA before 15th, when we have to submit it to the Department of Management, then we may decide on a rate, but that is the final rate that I'll be submitting.
Go ahead.
Why wouldn't we do that then?
Submit the 4%.
Why wouldn't we?
Absolutely, we should. Yeah. I agree with you.
Are there any ramifications, reputational, public, just kind of play out? Are there any ramifications that you would want to make us aware of?
The only thing that I think is the same thing would be being done by the city, by the county, by the schools, by the hospital, and everyone. And suddenly the residents are going to be getting a statement. When they get it, 25th, 26th, they're saying, what is going on?
Tax bill's going up.
Exactly. But that is not going to be the reality, because once we have the final SSA, that is what it will be.
So I want to say it a different way, which is we're behaving consistent with how we behaved last year, in the sense of we're calibrating to SSA. The difference is we don't know what SSA is right now, as opposed to, I think, last year when maybe we did.
We did.
Yeah. And we didn't have this action forcing deadline forcing us to show our hands this early.
Correct. So typically, or historically, and that is the reason why in this particular site I said, in the SSA proposal, it was a 30-day window in which it was used to be approved by the state. That 30-day window is well past.
Yeah.
So that is the only reason why it has changed this year, to your question, than compared to last year. So the delta between 3%, which has right now sitting at the table, and 4% is $293.8. If you really look into the rate which is impacting, I don't know how many people are really going to notice a rate difference between 14.6876 to 14.707. You're talking about in the third digit that we're talking about changes. So it's minuscule as far as percentage goes. But to us, if we submit 3% and we get something higher, we are leaving dollars on the table.
Can I ask
Sure.
I'm terrible at math, so I'm sorry if this is a dumb question. The 3% and the 3.5%, am I reading this correctly that would close the budget gap that you showed us? Which of these close the budget gap or do any of them fully?
So all of them would, and I'll tell you why. Because in the budget, we are taking an assumption of 2% SSA because that is the average for last 10 years. So if we get 3%, and if 2% is, say, $285 million, and this 3% is $290 million, that $5 million is going to help us in bridging that gap. And typically, 1% SSA equates to close to $3.5 million.
Maybe I'll ask it a different way. Which of these scenarios allows us to have a budget where we are not so painfully close that we might be able to value some things a little bit more in the district or put more resources behind what we say we value in the district? Are there any of these scenarios that allow us that flexibility?
So higher the SSA, the more money we'll get. But the problem is, final SSA, the state decides. But to answer your point, yes, higher the SSA, the more money we get. So my suggestion would be to go for 4%, and if we get 3, then we take 3.
Is everybody comfortable with that
Yeah.
recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks,
Perfect.
Shashank.
Thanks. So we'll go with 4%. So the changes in title. We know that title money is basically given to all the LEAs, which is local education agencies, for the low-income families to help the children meet the academic challenges. And that is distributed by the Fed for the children eligible for the Title I, and it's decided on that criteria over there. So based on the number of children there. So for a school to be decided as a Title I school, at least 40% of the students must be identified as low income. The district has historically followed direct cert method. In FY25, we're switching it to household survey. What does that mean for our district? So we had identified certain schools which were getting title money. The shift in FY25 is almost all the schools would be getting title money. So the pot remains the same size, but the wealth is being distributed to a larger span. The only schools which will not meet the criteria are two elementary schools. One is Coles and the other is downtown. They don't meet that criteria. There would be 5 high schools added. We had 1 high school which was there north. The 5th high school which we're seeing over here is actually virtual campus. That's the reason why it'll be 6 in total, including virtual campus. 4 elementary schools get added and 2 middle schools get added. So what does that mean between the different schools? an FY24 allocation and what it would mean in FY25 allocation. So that is basic change. The total dollars that we get for title is $13.7 million. Now, what FY24 does not include is the carryover from the year, which was $6 million. That was some additional funding that we had received. You put those, $6 million, we have taken it away from here because then it's not apples to apples comparison because that is not the norm carryover funds. Typically, you can carry over 15% of the funds. Large chunks like this is allowed once every 3 years. So to compare apples to apples, this is how each of those things will get impacted: elementary, middle, and high. Any questions?
Yeah, I guess I need a little more for clarification because the FY25 allocation ranges are obviously smaller than the FY24 allocation ranges. However, you're saying we're adding more schools. So now the schools that have been dependent, like North, for example, on this fund now is going to get less money.
That is accurate.
So how are we going to, I think Moulton's another one. I think about all my area schools. So how is this going to impact them, or can you provide me with some understanding of what the impact's going to be on the schools that are currently title schools?
There will be no negative impact. The allocations are strong enough to make sure that we're still meeting the needs of each of those schools. Another way to put it is when we've looked at the trend data around spending, spending and utilizing the funds, we've had a significant amount of carryover funds over the last several years. So we have the utmost confidence that based on the structure we've put in place, which includes 3 things. One, we've provided a lot of training to all of our principals around how to remit funds, how to utilize the funds, how to encumber the funds, I should say. 2, we have ongoing and targeted support with principals individually. And then 3, we have a federal grant subcommittee that meets bi-weekly to make sure that we're keeping our finger on the pulse of spending and providing support to school leaders. So as of right now, we do not anticipate that there will be any reduction in funding in terms of that impacts schools negatively.
Why is the pot smaller?
The pot is smaller because we've shifted from direct certification to using household surveys. So instead of only providing Title I funds to a small amount of schools, as a district, we thought that it was prudent for us to look at the fact that 76% or so of our students should be eligible. They're spread out throughout many of our schools, and so we're dividing the funds up.
So you're applying a different way.
Yeah.
Got it.
Can you just clarify, though, the $6 million? That's where I think I got a little confused. So we're carrying over $6 million. We're allowed to do that, carry over a large balance every 3 years. Where's the $6 million reflected in this?
It is not. If it was, it would have been coming in FY24 allocations. So that is why we have taken away that $6 million so that we see going forward what would be the impact year over year.
Okay, so do we have additional money from the $6 million to spend in FY25?
So 15% of that amount of the total amount, which is $13.7 million, which we get, and that amount again changes from year to year, we can carry forward. So if the $6 million, the whole chunk is not allowed to be carried forward, you can at least carry forward 15% of $14 million of $13.7 million, which will be around close to $1.8 or $2 million. So yes, we can carry forward money. And the plan, as Dr. Roberts was saying, is to spend down and utilize the funds that we have as carryover. That is what the plan is.
Got it. And then, Dr. Roberts, I just want to check, because while anecdotal, I feel like we have heard from different community school coordinators and other positions that Title I funding cuts are impacting roles. And again, a lot of this is anecdotal. So when you say there's no negative impact on schools that we're receiving and now will receive less money, does that mean there are no cuts? No FTE cuts?
No cuts that are title funding eligible. There are positions on FTEs that are not title eligible. So even if those positions were cut, they are not eligible to be funded from title funds.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
So I will say that there may need to be some clarification at that building level, because the story that I think we're hearing as a board is I'm down 5 FTE because of the Title I reallocation. So, and if that's an accurate story, fine, but it sounds like maybe it's not such an accurate story.
It is not, and we are spending an inordinate amount of time collaborating with schools, providing guidance to school leaders. And so if something on the contrary is being shared, then we are happy to revisit the conversations. But we are
Perfect.
spending a lot of time with school leaders, providing them with guidance around how we are allocating the funds.
Thank you.
It would, from a public standpoint too, somebody gets a hold of this slide and doesn't understand what the complex discussion we just had, or it wasn't a part of it. I think if you looked at it, you would say the same thing. And so maybe the public communication around this too is going to be an important piece of it.
Great. All good? Want to keep moving?
So some of the requests that we received last time, so what we have done is we picked up the largest 5 funds there. And we are trying to show what is the source, which is state foundation, property tax, ESSER, TSS, and other title and federal funds. So these are the different 5 biggest funds and what the spend for each one of them is onto the right-hand side there. Because the sources and uses, I think Terry had asked for that question. Anything for me to move forward?
Just to be clear, if we
Sure.
were to look at FY '24 on June 30th, we wouldn't see,
ESSER funds over there.
okay, so
That is
ESSER
accurate.
funds is the pot that will go
Correct.
away.
That is true. The other question that was asked was, what are the different conditions which are covered? How many specialty drugs? So we have provided the entire listing. Basically, 56 conditions get covered under the Prudent RX program with 677 specialty drugs. So all kinds of different diseases, if you see, are covered over here under this program. The other item is the early retirement. So we have had some discussions. We are thinking of coming up with a plan for FY '25, not FY '24. It'll be limited to DMTRS, and that too with staff with a minimum age of 55 and 20 years of service. The team realizes with the issues of hiring and retention and everything, we are limiting it just to DMTRS and not to IPERS. And the amount that we are proposing that they would be receiving is exactly the same that we had paid to them the last time we came up with, which is $2,500 per year of service plus $50,000 flat rate. So if you do that with 20 years of service, anyone who opts for this thing would get a minimum of $100,000. So there are 67 members who are eligible. We have a team of almost 256 total members who are active in IPERS. And then you have 116 of them which are active, which means which are employed with DMPS. And then you have active, inactive, which are not employed with DMPS, but still will be part of the DMTRS. Any questions?
So I'm understanding this is a potential recommendation?
This is what we are discussing as a recommendation, yes. Yes.
I know these things like this have been offered in the past, and I'm just curious how you balance the financial savings with the academic outcome impact with the loss of those teachers and staff. So we don't have to address that now, but I hope that's a conversation we have.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is there a limit to the number of teachers that can opt into this?
So
Are we setting a cap?
We are not setting a cap, but 67 members are eligible for it.
So we're
Now
not saying the first, if all 67 wanted to do this, then we're saying that they could?
They could. We have historically never set a cap, Kim. But that doesn't mean that we can't do that.
Did we offer early retirement last year?
FY '24 we did, but that was decided in FY '23, again, 1 year in advance. Typically, we used to come to the team and announce in December, Jan, for it to be applicable for the same year. So now we are using it more as a retention tool, as well as for talent and personnel to plan out in advance. So once the teacher gives an option that they want to take early retirement, we as a district have a larger span to backfill that position.
I just want to do a time check for you. It's 24 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I think we can keep going.
I don't ever want to do this job again either.
You're so good at being bossy. All right, keep going.
So the other question.
Shashank,
Sorry.
so if 67 members that are eligible right now wanted to do this, then we're prepared to do this? Next
Next year, FY '25, not for this fiscal year,
Okay.
not for June '24, but for June '25.
Meaning they would teach the
25 fiscal.
September 2024
Correct.
to June
then retire.
2025. Got it.
Absolutely. The other thing that was asked is how many staffing positions do we have? So we have 437 unique staffing positions, and I've tried to give how each of them are broken down. If someone wants to know, when you say food service, 11 positions, what exactly they are, we are happy to share that with you.
So within food service, there are 11 unique position titles.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Can you help me understand, within the word teacher, there are 156 different definitions of that? And I understand that there are a lot of, like, are we breaking this down to like English teacher, math teacher? Is that the breakdown?
Special
Okay.
education, yeah.
Can we do this so that it is the definition of teacher that any reasonable person off the street would say is it? Because I think we might narrow the 156 down a little bit if we said teacher. If I went to a building head and said, how many teachers do you have in the building? They'd say 43.
Correct.
Mr. Dix, I'm going to ask you to take this offline.
Sorry.
Let's keep going.
Sorry.
It's
All right.
important,
All
but
right.
I think you can have that conversation
All right.
with Shashank after.
Okay.
Perfect. So this is again some charts that we had prepared. I'll quickly go through them, basically trying to highlight a few items. So this chart basically shows how much is admin versus non-admin staff. So if you see over this period of time, the number of non-admin staff have been it's increased from 4640 to 4750, 97% to 98%. But the admin have actually decreased a little bit from 3% to 2%, 124 to 103 over this 10-year span. Yeah.
I think that's an important point for us to be able to share, because again, when we've heard of the anecdotal sharing and information about a lot of top-heavy hiring, it's misinformation.
I do want to, though, ask for clarity, because it would be interesting to see how admin versus non-admin actually overlays in these staffing positions. So for another conversation, but I think that would be helpful.
Sure. Okay. And we have tried to overlay that line graph to show what has happened to enrollment over the same period of 10 years. So from 32,413 to 30,774. So it basically shows what is happening to the staff with the change in enrollment. So similar thing comparing certified staff with admin, where basically in the last 10 years, even though the enrollment has declined almost 1,500 to 1,700 students, the number of certified staff have remained the same, 2,773 to 2,772, whereas admin has changed from 124 to 103. The next chart is basically certified with all non-certified staff. Again, showing what has happened to the change in percentages. And we have all the numbers, so if there's some other variation which the board would be interested to see, we can always pull that out and show that as well. This is comparing central office staff with school-based staff and with student enrollment. So what has happened over there as far as central office staff goes, it's increased a little bit. And as far as school-based staff goes, it has also increased a little bit. So percentages for both those groups have remained almost constant, 87-13, 87-13 over the 10-year period.
Thank you.
This is helpful. Again, I just want to point out, though, how you define central office staff, and that would be helpful to understand the
Sure.
difference of central office staff versus school-based staff.
Actually, Jackie, I knew you will ask me that question. So to really define, the way it happens is, so let's take a clerical staff which is in the school building. That person goes to school-based, but if it's an office, it's sitting over here. Most directors would be in central office. But something like transportation, you don't have any school building staff because they are in central office. Same thing for food service. So it varies based on the location where the person is housed.
Great, thank you.
And I can explain for each of those big categories what classifications are sitting in school-based and what are sitting in central office-based.
I think this is a good overview. If people have specific questions, let's ask them now. Otherwise, it feels like we need to internalize this a little bit and study it and then come back with some additional questions.
Can you tell me, curriculum coordinators, are those considered central office staff? Because they fall under the teacher contract, and when we look at slide, there's not a number, but when we look at the administrative staff count compared to non-administrative staff count, those individuals weren't on the teacher contract before, but now they are, so, and there's quite a few of them. So does that account for, did they go from the admin, the dark blue, to the non-admin because they moved to the teacher contract? And we can clarify that offline as well if you want, but.
They do not.
They do not, yeah. So you can have a person with a certified contract sitting in in central office as well. But if there's any particular positions that we want clarification on, I'm happy to provide that clarification.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest we keep going, but that we have the ability to maybe send questions in advance and talk a little bit more about this, because this is our largest budget expenditure.
Absolutely. And the last thing is exactly why we have tried to split between school-based and central office for various functions over here, and that shows the whole thing. So again, as you're looking, like, even if you look at admin, you will see that the school-based, which is largely principals, is the larger chunk than what you have at the central office. And any of these things that you need clarification, happy to provide that. The other question that was asked was as far as reduction goes. So the breakup, or the 10 that I had said last year, 9.5 is FTE reduction based on enrollment at school buildings. Support staff was 0.5, and the central office staff is almost close to 26, which was, since we had shared 2% and 4%, and you wanted the actual headcount FTEs, this is what it is.
This is 4% or 2%?
So teaching staff and support staff come under 2%, central office comes under 4%.
And none of these are in effect?
No, this is what the teams are, I think for the teaching staff and support staff, pretty much done. Central office staff, we are finalizing by the end of the month because they are scattered in different departments. So we have to see how many positions will be eliminated.
To be clear, these teaching staff, support staff would take effect September 2024?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes. So what do we plan to discuss in the next two budget meetings? March 26th, reimagining education and cost of doing business. April 2nd, investment in goals and guardrails and legislative impact on FY20 budget, FY25 budget on that. Now, investment in goals and guardrails, since there are new goals and guardrails being created, so the only request to the board would be is they would not be as well baked as they were last year, because we're discussing in March and this is due on April 2nd. Anything that I can address on budget? That's all that I have.
I just want to say thank you, Shashank and Dr. Roberts, for so much data. It's very nice, beautifully put together. Thank you for anticipating our questions. Really good job.
And the transparency. Thank you. Okay, team, thank you. We have 11 minutes. So I am going to make a recommendation that we do not discuss the naming guidelines for DMPS facilities ad hoc committee. We move that to our next board meeting. We are going to discuss our next steps as it relates to a board member vacancy. To that end, you will find the last page of this packet that has Ms. Caldwell-Johnson's letter at the front, a ad hoc committee description, and using the format that we've used in the past. And what I attempted to outline was identifying 3 board members that would serve as the school board member appointment committee, that I laid out the objective, along with a list of tasks that are for consideration. The tasks will include the legal compliance and transparency we need to consider in appointing a new school board member, how we will make the decision-making process, the timeline, the deadlines, how we will educate potential applicants, how we will engage the community, how we will evaluate the candidates, and our communication plan. Based on my conversation with our attorney, the recommendation is that the 30-day clock starts March 5th, which is today. And so I would like to ask Kim Martirano to serve as our chair, Ms. Alonso and Ms. Knox to serve on the committee. Complete board members, by no means does that mean that they will be picking the individual. They will be leading the effort to appoint this individual. I went very quickly through this, so I do want to ask any clarifying questions people may have with regards to the appointment process. I think the large order of business in front of the committee is to turn around in the next couple of days a timeline and work in partnership with Phil to make sure it is properly advertised and that we are compliant with the law. And so we will defer to you to a set of recommendations and how we might build consensus if need be.
Thank you.
Do you have? Thank you. Well, I guess maybe I'll just say out loud, I think we want to make sure that the ad hoc committee can move as nimbly as possible. And how would you recommend we do that? Would you recommend that you feel like you have clear guidance?
I do have clear guidance. High-level thinking right now, we will develop a timeline that includes application requirements, application deadline, an evaluation of applicants with a rubric, as well as interview dates and decision dates.
And set up a date for Council of Great City Schools to do
an onboarding.
Yeah, it looks like they did it virtually last time, so maybe we'll get that scheduled in there too.
That's how they did it last time, yeah.
The last time this happened, we were notified in advance of the 30 days taking effect. So I will certainly do my best to have an onboarding session within the 30 days, even if I'm the one conducting it.
Takes great chair. And I think others will step up to help and support as well.
Just is that the right pressure to put on? We got elected before we got our onboarding. you would choose someone in 30 days and
We-
quickly
You
have.
We held onboarding or
Remember?
pre-boarding
Pre-boarding.
sessions in advance of
It's a pre-boarding.
the elections.
All right, okay.
I think it's a good practice to establish the expectations
Okay.
of a potential school board member. So based on that, Ms. Martirano, it sounds like you and your committee have the guidance that they need to move forward. Does everybody generally agree that we can give our nimbleness to the committee to lead the charge?
Yes, real quick, just for me, this is not at large, right? Her
This
position
is
was not-
for District 4.
District 4 South Side, okay.
Correct, South Side. So you have to meet the residency requirements for the South Side. Thank you for asking for clarification. This is an appointment because it does not warrant a school board election based on the timeframe of the role. This role will be up for election again in November of 2025. So there is a 16-month or so role that this appointment will be filling.
Board members, I would just say, expect communication from the committee regarding, we would need to get a date on the calendar within the next couple of days to hold application review process as well as an interview process outside of the regular board meetings. So stay tuned in the next day or two from the committee to, and be ready to hold dates that are prior to April 4th.
I just did the math.
Give or take.
Yep.
Okay. Any questions? All right, team. Everybody is stepping up to lead, and I really appreciate everybody's engagement. This was a long session, but I think it was also a meaningful one for a variety of reasons. So thanks, everybody. Good night. As of now, we do not have any board obligations for potential votes between now and our next,
Special meeting on the 26th.
on the 19th. Right? Am I getting the dates wrong? Oh, no.
26 is budget.
Our next meeting is March 26th. Okay.
We don't know yet. I'll find out tomorrow. 'Cause
Okay.
We had one today.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Have a good night.